The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
It's the first of the last respects for Pope Francis. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Thousands gathered at the Vatican for the public viewing now underway for Pope Francis after
a procession of cardinals escorted the body of Pope Francis through St. Peter's Square. Just days earlier, he'd been driven around the piazza in his Pope-mobile to greet and bless the public one final time. From today until Friday evening, the faithful will file past Francis inside the Basilica. World leaders will gather in the Vatican on Saturday before Pope Francis is finally laid to rest.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. Now, President Trump will be among those leaders of the funeral. He's signaling maybe an easing of trade tension.
We're doing fine with China. We're doing fine with almost every country. Everybody wants to have involvement with the United States.
He also says the 145% tariff on Chinese imports that led to a similar retaliation targeting U.S. exports will eventually come down substantially. Now, the president also says he is not planning to fire the Federal Reserve chairman after he'd called Jerome Powell a major loser and being too late with an interest rate cut. Well, that and the China trade comment have eased stock market concerns. Dow futures now up 600 points the day after the Dow gained a little over 1,000, rebounding from Monday's plunge. There's a new push to get rid of more food additives. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. plans to phase out 8 synthetic food dyes by next year.
He said what these dyes are made of should not be ingested by anyone.
Nobody wants to eat petroleum. Everybody knows there's enough science out there that we know it's terrible.
Natural food dyes from vegetables are suggested as alternatives, but a group that oversees color manufacturers say taking out synthetic dyes in a year is neither simple nor immediate.
That's Fox's Gernal Scott. A wildfire in Ocean County, New Jersey. 3,000 people evacuated. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Janice Dean, Fox News senior meteorologist and host of the Janice Dean podcast. Join me every Sunday as I focus on stories of hope and people who are truly rays of sunshine in their community and across the world. Be sure to subscribe to the Janice Dean podcast at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And don't forget to spread the sunshine.
America's listening to Fox News. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
This is Jason Chaffetz from the Jason in the House podcast. Join me every Monday to dive deeper into the latest political headlines and chat with remarkable guests to hear their take on American life, politics, and entertainment. And don't forget, there's always somebody doing something stupid somewhere.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com
or wherever you download podcasts.
Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
Well, we're just getting this breaking news. There's been a strong earthquake felt in Turkey around Istanbul and the surrounding regions. We don't have any idea how strong that quake was yet or how much damage it might have caused. We'll be following that for you. A federal judge has been given the Trump administration until this evening to give an update on what's being done to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. That judge says they're acting in bad faith, ignoring her order to give daily updates. The Supreme Court's already ruled the administration must work to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return after he was mistakenly deported to El Salvador last month.
They want it to go away. We cannot allow this to go away.
This is a red line in the sand that America is stepping over into no rule of law.
Robert Garcia, Maxine Dexter, they were among the 4 House Democrats who went to El Salvador this week demanding Abrego Garcia's return, but the White House insists Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. In New York City, a criminal crackdown against 27 other gang members, part of the Venezuelan-based Tren de Aragua.
The indictment cited crimes such as drug and sex trafficking, robbery, and firearms offenses. Trump borders our Tom Homan says the indictment reflects promises made by the president to remove gang members from the country, while NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch described the suspects named in the indictment.
These are depraved criminals, trafficking in people, in guns, in drugs, and in fear.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says the city will not tolerate illegal migrants who come here to become criminals.
The American dream is not going into homeless shelters and taking the documentations from innocent people and forcing them into sex trafficking.
A large majority of the suspects indicted are in custody. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
In the NBA playoffs, the top West seed Oklahoma City beat Memphis again to go up 2-0. Indiana beat Milwaukee again to also go up 2-0. The LA Lakers beat Minnesota to tie that series. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-8709. 800-505-8709. 800-505-8709.
Do you agree that the educational system is broken? The cycle of content conveyance and consumption is failing our children. They are listless, bored, and uninspired. I am Peter Serby, the founder and director of the Riverside Club for Adventure and Imagination, and author of the new book, Casting Fire, a guide to the adventure and imagination of boyhood. The true purpose of education should be to spark a child's curiosity and wonder, to light a fire of creativity, to illuminate a path to find gift and calling. A decade ago, I founded Riverside to rekindle a love of learning in our youth. Our innovative vision immerses boys and girls ages 8 to 14 in epic stories, ignites in them a passion for adventuring in the great outdoors, teaches them the art of craftsmanship, and facilitates strong friendships rooted in faith. Join us on our educational journey. Visit ourside.org to learn more about our imaginative programs and summer camps. And check out my new book, Casting Fire, on Amazon. That's ourside.org.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere, delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Samsung TV Plus, channel 1177. Hugh Hewitt agrees with the president's actions on his alma mater.
I approve and applaud the Trump administration's decision to go high and hard at Harvard University as a means of setting a minimum requirement that universities and colleges comply with the Constitution of the United States and the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
The Hugh Hewitt Show, afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's April 23rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is World Book Day, proposed in 1995 by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, also known as UNESCO, to celebrate books and reading. They chose April 23rd because several famous authors died on the day, including William Shakespeare. Also on this day, a new Coca-Cola hit store shelves in 1985. But it didn't go over very well. Soon afterwards, they reintroduced the original Coke as Coca-Cola Classic. In 1975, President Ford gave a speech at Tulane University and spoke of the Vietnam War.
By refighting a war that is finished, as far as America is concerned.
And in 1954, Hank Aaron knocked his first home run out of the park. He'd eventually go on to surpass Babe Ruth's long-standing record. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
If you're hiding your smile because of missing teeth, are experiencing pain due to incoming wisdom teeth or a misaligned jaw, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers can change your life. Experts in the fields of oral and maxillofacial surgery, anesthesia, and dental implantology, the doctors at Midland Oral Surgery are committed to providing compassionate care in a calm and relaxing environment. Dental implants, bone grafting, removing wisdom teeth, surgical management of the hard and soft tissues of the facial region, including sedation dentistry, so you can improve your smile in a painless, pleasant, and stress-free manner. With state-of-the-art CT imaging equipment, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers have unparalleled diagnostic and treatment capabilities. Proudly serving Southwest Chicago and its suburbs for over 50 years. Make an appointment to discuss a pain-free solution for your smile. Locations in Frankfort, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, and Western Springs. Learn more about the doctors and procedures at midlandoms.com. That's midlandoms.com.
Do you remember when you were a kid and you fantasized that your bicycle was a motorcycle? Maybe you even put baseball cards in the spokes to make it sound like a motorcycle. But it really wasn't a motorcycle. Sometimes things just aren't what you want them to be. Like, let's take your retirement, for instance. Sometimes it looks like the numbers are getting to a pretty high amount. Might be $500,000, maybe $1 million, maybe more. But did you factor in all of the things like inflation, taxes, unpredictable market activities, things that make the numbers not appear what they are? Security in your retirement. Does it make you worry sometimes when you see market activity or you hear contradictory evidence of inflation numbers or what taxes will be on retirement? If these things make you worry, get nervous, even wonder if you have enough, well, then it's time to call Tom Fortino and the people of Alpha Wealth Group for a complimentary discovery meeting. And you can do that today. Simply call 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-developers of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago was formulated to boost your immune system to fight off the viruses that you encounter every day. I made Virago into a liquid formula to improve the absorption and to provide a rapid response for your immune system. Taking Virago every day helps your immune system fight off all types of daily assaults. Go to myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com and receive 30% off using promo code IMMUNE. And remember, Maha starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, Nicole. Just fine.
Arvid, what's wrong with Ben?
He's in love. It's true. I'm head over heels in love.
With
Milo.
Who's Milo?
He's talking about the Milo bedroom at Penny Mustard.
You're in love with a bedroom set.
What's not to love? Milo has everything I've ever wanted and more.
Milo certainly is a handsome bedroom.
Rugged and stylish.
Old school and contemporary.
It was love at first sight.
Aw, that's sweet.
Is it, though?
And since Milo is handcrafted from solid wood, we'll always be together.
Actually, the Milo bedroom is built to last for generations.
So you're saying there's someone else?
Well, yes, eventually.
Oh, Milo, how could you?
Fall in love with the Milo bedroom, featuring a platform bed, 6-drawer dresser, mirror, and 3-drawer nightstand, starting at $52.09 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Lovable versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels
Whoa! Would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this a new coating?
Well, yeah, but...
It's so smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting a new coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor this spring. Mention Amy Jacobson to receive $500 off any new project. Visit level10coatings.com to schedule today, or call 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
2815 Old Jacksonville, Springfield. CordellCordell.com.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
You know, nothing beats the comfort of a perfectly heated home.
And when it comes to heating your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is fast. When your furnace breaks down, they'll fix it right away.
Just like that. Big time results. No waiting around. You get the job done right. And let's face it, who doesn't love being warm, right? It's beautiful. When it's freezing, I crank up that amazing furnace. Burn, baby, burn. Trust me, you'll say, wow, I've never felt this warm in my life.
If you like keeping your hard-earned money, then contact Air Right Heating and Cooling and tell them AM 560 sent you to receive $56 off any service.
Unbelievable.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Trish Regan provides the analysis you need each day on the Trish Regan podcast.
People are like, we realize there's an establishment very hard at work, whether it be the media, whether it be some of the judicial entities, and we're going to push back against that with the Constitution on our side, but they're going to use what they have, what they can, and they're going to move first and ask questions later.
Subscribe to the Trish Regan podcast today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against and. So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha. Making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Now, your official weather forecast.
A shower or two this morning, a thunderstorm, otherwise clouds and sun, a high today 76. Cloudy tonight, low 57. Partly sunny for tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm on Friday, breezy, high Friday at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So we have another one of these high-profile heists of honkies in the suburbs, this time in Glenview. These incidents that occur from time to time where you have the combination of violence where you don't expect it or you haven't come to expect it.
Right. And
wealthy areas in the suburbs, and a video record of what occurred, and we have one here in Glenview. Gregory Poulos and Angie Beltsos walking home from dinner, getting to their well-appointed home in the Glen, and this happened. ABC 7 reporting.
A violent welcome home after a late-night dinner as a Navy veteran and his wife plead for their lives.
You got it. Here, take it. Taking off everything they own.
While offering all their belongings as they were robbed at gunpoint in front of their home of 20 years.
My father always said, personal items are irrelevant. Just give them what they want. And that's what I kept saying. And we just kept taking things off.
Two of the couple's children inside at the time, unaware what was unfolding on the other side of the door.
Thank God they didn't open the door in the midst of that.
The robbery happening Monday night on Bluestem Lane in the Glen subdivision of Glenview. That's when police say 3 suspects hopped out of a Jaguar SUV and ambushed Gregory Poulos and his wife Angie Beltsos before getting away with some clothing and jewelry, including Poulos' wedding band.
We were then told, lie down on your stomachs, guns pointed at us, and I thought, oh my gosh, is this how it's going to end?
Police later finding the getaway SUV abandoned in Chicago's Bronzeville neighborhood near 43rd and Federal.
What we really want is a deterrent for others to say this is not worth doing.
A deterrent for others to say this is not worth doing. What does that look like, I wonder?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. I drove right by that scene because I work out. I have 3 jobs, but my other job, driving home, and I drive through the Glen sometimes because I'm like, oh, it's so nice and look how beautiful it is here. I could not believe the police presence. I was wondering what in the world was going on. Now I know what was going on, but they had a dinner downtown, drove home, parked on the street, and were walking in their house. So I keep thinking, were they followed from downtown? Is this another reason not to go downtown for dinner, that these thugs followed them? Or, I don't know if they were hanging out in the Glen waiting for them or if they followed them from downtown. But regardless, the vehicle they were using was abandoned on the Dan Ryan. That vehicle was stolen from Georgia, from Atlanta. So nobody's in custody as of yet, but they said they have a good lead on who did it. But, Glenview gets a taste of Chicago. That's, this is the city. It's not just a city. The city is now in the suburbs. Crime is everywhere because why? Safety Act, other things. People can commit a crime and they're out the same day they're out and about. It's lawlessness around here. Doesn't matter.
Well, you want to check the Chicago Public School honor roll for suspects, because these probably some honor roll students, maybe people who had
masks.
People who had some struggles in life, but were just about to turn their lives around, and then this happened to them. Maybe it's political. Maybe it's a symbolic taking, sort of a reparations, restorative justice, Nicole Hannah-Jones play. It was difficult to tell from the Ring video whether or not these were political activists But
they had their COVID masks on and said, they didn't want to get the Glenview variant of COVID, so.
Yeah. So
safety first.
The interesting, so this is not dissimilar to the carjacking at the home of Beverly last year. It's not dissimilar to the 3 guys that jumped out of a car in the middle of the street in Lakeview and robbed a woman walking on a Sunday afternoon.
That was your fault, too. Yeah, by the way.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with the crime. I had something to do with profiling the crime. And so that was getting to my point is when you challenge people's understanding of the community around them, of what they're supporting, and I don't know the political dispositions of these 2 people. I'm sorry they got robbed. That shouldn't happen to anybody. But there's just a commitment to willful blindness in the city and the surrounding area that persists, such that you make these sort of vague overtures, like you heard that guy say. We want to, we need some sort of deterrent so people are not incentivized to do this, to do violence on other people. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Gosh, nobody's thought of that before. There are all sorts of deterrents available. We have an electorate that doesn't seem to be serious about imposing them, just talking about them when they or someone they care about happens to be victimized. And so that Scream commercial I made during the governor's race that generated such reaction. It generated a lot of reaction, including from the woman who was victimized. But if you remember, the woman who was victimized in that Lakeview robbery, she just complained that I had used the incident, which the video was in the public domain. It had gone viral, of course, like this video. She complained that I used it as in a commercial, like she was being re-victimized. This is the mentality. You have to force this through a political lens where, first of all, I'm not responsible for what happens around me. I don't offer any sort of reflection on the contribution I make or do not make to public safety in the neighborhood or the community in which I live, and the larger community in which we all lived, or once upon a time did, in Chicagoland. I don't want to reflect on my role. I don't want to reflect on the choices I've made. I don't want to focus on what I've unleashed, and
it's your fault.
And let's just do some sort of, we need to do better. We need a deterrent. People deserve to be safe. Let's just offer, bromides back and forth about what we've unleashed, so that it appears, and it sounds like, particularly to ourselves, since this is all about self-rationalization, that we're good people, we're good, peace-loving people, promoting peace-loving society, and it's unfortunate these things happen. But if you want to be hard-headed about it and actually think about the policies in place that impact public safety, well, that's where I will not go. That's where I cannot go. My politics won't let me. And I'm not applying this to this couple in Glenview. I'm just applying this writ large as sort of a political, cultural phenomenon in Chicago and a lot of other big cities, but it's particularly pernicious in Chicago.
312-642-5600. Turnkey.pro answer line.
Marty, Naperville.
You guys, stop promoting this hoax, okay? This is fake. Well, how could those 2 have guns? This is Illinois and it was Cook County. They can't have guns.
That's right.
Why do you guys promote this kind of stuff? This is you can't have guns. So stop promoting this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's an excellent point.
It's going to be our fault now.
As we've heard from the political leadership, the resources here, just as they were under Kim Foxx, resources here are trained on stopping gun crime, removing guns from the streets, illegal guns from our streets, and so on and so forth. So you're right. There's no way, even though we saw these individuals pointing guns at this couple, there's no way that could have happened. So it's perfect. That's the suspension of disbelief, the lengths you have to go to in order to countenance what has been unleashed in Chicagoland. And again, is Glenview safe? Yeah, generally. Is Beverly safe? Yeah, generally. Is Lakeview safe? Less so,
No.
but generally. Okay. So when I am victimized or I see somebody else victimized, I go to the stats, say, well,
Well, that's a one-off.
It's the attitude of the guy walking down, walking in the loop with his girlfriend or wife, whatever it was, and he's just walking down the sidewalk, and he gets winged by a stray bullet. Gets winged in the hand by a stray bullet, and his response is, "That's big city living."
Yeah.
That's one of the greatest responses that tells. I mean, in terms of telling you everything you need to know about why Chicago land is what it now is.
Yeah.
It's just big city living. Okay. Tom Oswego.
Good morning, Danny and Amy. Well, I'll tell you, it's big suburban living, too, now. But my wife and I, we were I say victims. We get high-dollar value items delivered once in a while by FedEx. And I was in my driveway. This is about a month ago. And two guys came up to the driver. They said they had a gun right in front of my driveway. I'm standing 20 feet from these guys. And they robbed the driver of my packages. Now, we think it was an inside job because they followed this guy for blocks. They talked to him a block away, the driver. And they actually had an ID with their picture on it with my name. So this was something that was planned, and I'm telling you, it's coming to a neighborhood near you.
It's your fault. Your fault. You shouldn't order high-end items. It's all your fault.
Well, you know what? I didn't. I mean, I'm not, unfortunately. But we did upgrade our security system. It was a little unnerving, and unfortunately, we worked with the police. There were maybe 10, 15 squads in front of our house. Nothing's happened. Not a word. We had the car, the plates, the description of the people. Not a word. So I'm just saying it's all around. And you might be saying one more thing. You two know me. My son-in-law is here from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
He got here about a month ago. I don't know if you remember.
Great.
We were trying to get him forever. Well,
for
it took
years.
3 years it took, and he finally got here. And now he's reunited with his son. So.
That's great. Glad to hear that.
It has been a good year. So just everybody needs to be aware, keep your head on a swivel, even out here in leafy Oswego. I'm telling you, it's the robberies or attempts are becoming more brazen and out. This was right out in the open in daytime. I'm standing next to these people. They didn't care.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tom. Well, there's something else, too. I mean, we talked about this intermittently over the last several years, because in part it related to the open borders problem.
Right.
And that is, there's been some pretty good exposés on these criminal gangs too. I mean, the robbery rings, very sophisticated, foreign nationals. They know who they're targeting. They know how to get in and out. They're casing joints to try to avoid confrontation because, confrontation can disrupt what you're trying to do, which is steal valuable things from other people. I don't think this incident in Glenview is that. It doesn't appear to be that. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of underreported crime in the suburbs, too, that doesn't bubble to the level of this because there's no pictures. But there's been a lot of stories just within the rumor, not the rumor mill, but just sort of shared that don't necessarily make the local press about communities that are on the train lines where guys take the train out and a car's unlocked in the driveway, or they unlock the car in the driveway, and boom, that's that a lot of car robberies and car thief rings of car thieves, as well as more sophisticated, higher end robbery rings too. So I mean, that's just another aspect of it, which is why, as Tom said, vigilance is required even in the wealthy, honky, leftist suburbs.
And he attributes the fact that he was a Navy veteran to be able to remain calm. And I mean, get on your stomach and you have a gun pointed at your head. Yeah, you can see how you would think easily that they thought that was going to be the end of them. So I'm glad that they're safe.
Just another day in Chicagoland.
Yeah.
All right, coming up at 5:38, CNN's Harry Enton with some more uncomfortable truths for CNN viewers about Trump and his immigration policies. 538.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Say good morning to Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The Trump administration is collecting private medical records from both federal and commercial databases for Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new autism study. The director of the National Institutes of Health confirmed the move this week, saying the new data will allow Kennedy's researchers to study comprehensive patient data with broad coverage of the U.S. population for the first time. The Department of Education is going to start collecting defaulted student loan debt again. The department announced collections will begin on May 5th. The Highland Park July 4th parade shooting suspect is set to be sentenced today. Robert Cremo III pleaded guilty last month to 21 counts of first-degree murder and 48 counts of attempted murder. He's accused of killing 7 people and wounding dozens more at the Suburban Independence Day parade in 2022. Cremo pleaded guilty to the mass shooting last June, but changed his mind in court. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Looking for affordable blind shades or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where they offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Quick Delivery Service.
Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth, talks about the importance of tax planning in retirement.
A qualified financial planner can take you through all the steps to show you every single legal way you can use to reduce and minimize your state income taxes across the board so that, again, you keep more of your money and your family keeps more of your money.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
The Sagbridge Mission Society brings you a fun evening with Dr. Michael Foley, proclaimed author of the popular book anthology Dining with the Saints, The Sinner's Guide to a Righteous Feast. Drinking with Your Patron Saints, The Sinner's Guide to Honoring Namesakes and Protectors. And Drinking with the Saints, The Sinner's Guide to a Holy Happy Hour. Dr. Foley is a Catholic theologian, a professor at Baylor University, an author, a speaker, as well as a self-taught mixologist. He's authored more than a dozen books, articles, and poetry available where books are sold. Dr. Foley's talk is sponsored by the Sagbridge Mission Society and will take place Sunday, May 4th at 7 p.m. at Sag Hall, located at 10600 Archer Avenue in Lamont, Illinois, near the corner of Route 83 and Archer Avenue. There is no charge for admission, but seating is limited, so register now at sagbridgemissionsociety.org. That's sagbridgemissionsociety.org.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Our video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center. The Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. On the outbound side, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 7 minutes. Outbound, about 9 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 12 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to the Lakeshore Drive, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 15 minutes. Traffic is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now checking your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A shower or two this morning, a thunderstorm, otherwise clouds and sun. High today 76. Cloudy tonight, low 57. Partly sunny for tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm on Friday, breezy. High Friday at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Harry Enton is quickly becoming my favorite public pollster. Not
Really?
because of his polling, but just or that he's doing anything particularly unique.
But his delivery, I love it.
No, it's just because he's making these dancing monkeys on CNN look like the dancing monkeys that they are. Inadvertently, I mean, it's the call is coming from inside the house. Inadvertently, the undermining of CNN's credibility is happening at the hands of its own pollster. Listen to them read the teleprompter and then check in with where the public is on some of these policy matters, and the disconnect becomes impossible to ignore. So Enton came out with some recent polling on immigration, since there's such a hue and cry from the left over pro-Hamas professional college students like Mahmoud Khalil and MS-13 gangbangers like Abrego Garcia. So let's check in where people are at and compare where they were at just a few months ago when a man named Biden was the putative president. First of all, Trump's approval on the issue and how that has changed over the last several years.
Compare where we were at this point in his first term. In his first term, he was underwater at minus 12 points. Look at where he is today. He's actually above water. This is one of his strongest issues at plus 1 point. And more than that on the net approval for him on this issue has stayed steady in the positive. This is an area where Donald Trump wants to focus, because the bottom line is this is an area in which the American people, at least the bare majority of them, seem to like what he's doing.
And you've seen,
look at the percentage who said we were on the wrong track. 62% of Americans when Joe Biden was in office, compared to just 14% who said that we were on the right track. Flash forward to April. Well, hello. 45% say we're on the right track, compared to 42% who say we're on the wrong track.
It's a pretty big sea change in a short amount of time. 1462 wrong track under Biden last year, 4542 right track under Trump right now.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on the same line.
We've also seen some movement on the issue of people here illegally as a general category of people and what should happen to them. Harry Anton has those numbers, too.
All 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56%, the majority. The American people have come a long way on this issue, much closer to Donald Trump, and I think that's a big part of the reason why Americans are increasingly saying the country is on the right track when it comes to immigration policy.
Why do you think the move happened over the last several years in terms of from a little bit more than a third to well over half supporting deport them all? Deport them all. It sounds something like mass deportations, you know, that idea that Trump ran on. Right. In addition to Trump's own personal approval rating on this issue. He hasn't said anything different, really, from 2017 to 2025. But it's being received very differently. So what happened?
They let millions of illegals into the country, and you get to see them every day.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
They have nice things. Whereas I wouldn't even buy a stroller like that because I would never have the money to get a $500 stroller that they're walking around with.
And the point here is that people have to feel the impacts of policy. Mm-hmm. And they also have to have dots connected for them. This is why the left understands a permanent campaign is needed, because they need to perpetuate their lies permanently in order to keep as much of the public in the dark or bewildered as possible. I mean, that's their only path. You saw this yesterday, the walk away from the chaos, to borrow a word, that the left creates, whether it's through open borders or lying about Joe Biden's mental acuity or locally, we were just talking about it, measures like ending cash bail. These things wreak havoc on a free people. So they have two choices. They can either reverse course, or they can distract with boogeymen like Orange Man and a constant drumbeat of misinformation and just blatant inventions to distract people away from what they're seeing and the nexus between what they're seeing and at whose hands this is coming to pass. And that's really it. The immigration thing is so interesting because that's exactly what's happened. People have felt the impact, but even if you haven't felt the impact personally, it was a better job on the right of the permanent campaign, at least when it came to messaging and storytelling. So we're not going to let the angel moms and dads go. We are, for those who want profile, we are going to profile them. We are going to pass the Lake and Riley Act. We are going to highlight over and over and over again all the preventable crimes committed by people who shouldn't be in this country, who have no legal basis to be in this country. Preventable crimes. And we can do the same thing domestically in big cities. Unfortunately, the electorate in big cities is much harder to reach than the general electorate in this country, which is, as those numbers indicate, rallying behind the common sense counter-revolution that has been instigated by Trump. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. Eduardo, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, good morning, Dan and Amy. Did you see the story on New Mexico Judge Cano, who was having, because of his wife, trying to outlaw members? Apparently, the wife got somebody for trying to fix like a glass window.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. He was harboring a Tren de Aragua gangbanger who was picked up by ICE at his home, and then he's since resigned from the bench, I think, correct?
Right. That's correct.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, well, the corruption, the sort of the politically based corruption of institutions, it doesn't occur without facilitators. I mean, how do civil institutions disintegrate? At the hands of those who have power within them. How do you suspend the rule of law or have multiple tiered systems of justice? At the hands of people who have power within the system. You just wake up one day and there was a meteor strike, hit colleges and universities, hit the D.C. press corps, hit so many of our courtrooms and public offices? No, of course not. So, you're surprised? I mean, it's one of those things where it gives form to the function, a ridiculous story like that about an unbelievably bad error in judgment. And the pictures about this that are attendant to the story of that that New Mexico judge doing, weird poses, including with weapons with this. I mean,
what is
I don't know what was going on there. None of it's good. But I can't say I'm particularly surprised. Can you?
If I had a case in front of that judge, I'd want a retrial.
Yeah. Well, how many judges could you say the same thing of in Cook County?
Yeah.
How many judges could you say the same thing of as you watch the federal district court judges beclown themselves on issue after issue? How many Supreme Court justices could you say that about after their, as far as I know, unprecedented stay of Trump's deportation program, despite no lower court decision on the matter? Yeah. Well, that's how it happens. Mm-hmm. The good news is, as those immigration poll numbers indicate, that there is enough information out there that is making its way to the public, for all the criticisms of social media. Thank goodness for the digital age, because it wouldn't be happening otherwise. And so people are getting it. Very interesting exchange, actually, by this dim bulb named Stephanie Rule. She's one of the MSNBC mouth-breathing news readers.
Familiar with her work.
Mouth-breathing agitprop readers. Really, it's not news. She had Dwight from The Office on with her. And listen to her. And actually, I mean, to get, Rainn Wilson is sort of a hippy-dippy leftist, but good for him for telling the Empress that she had no clothes. Take a listen.
Listen, we are seeing a huge loss in trust of all of our institutions. It's the media, it's medicine, it's banking. It's a huge problem because when you think about democracy and all of these pillars, they need to stand tall, they need to stand strong. And sort of losing that trust is not by accident, it's by design. If you remember when President Trump was running the first time, Steve Bannon once said the goal is to blow the whole thing up. And so I think that you've got mistakes made or things starting to slip while at the same time there's a concerted effort to destroy the media. Because the media, the news media, is, in my opinion, the last line of defense of holding power accountable. Right? And you had a bit of a perfect storm, right? President Trump won, and tons of people were shocked or angry or frustrated, and they're tuning out. And at the same time, you have the Elon Musk media machine, because they want you to leave traditional media, and they want you to go to X, which is a bastion of misinformation, where there is no fact-checking. So it's a perfect storm of people saying, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm tuning out, I'm disconnecting. And then you have a force pushing it. But even in the last 2 weeks, what we need to do is just cover what's happening in America, right? We have to cover Democrats trying to figure out what their lane is and how they're going to get back on their feet. And we have to simply cover what this White House is doing. And I think if we do that, right, there's that saying, trust is gained in raindrops and it's lost in buckets. And it's not yes, you're not incorrect that the media has lost trust.
This is where I would push back. When I see this kind of insight and passion being directed at the current administration, and the lack of this kind of insight and passion being directed at the previous administration, where, again, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about left-leaning news media organizations were kind of like, la, 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 everything's fine. Look, the environment's I mean, look, the economy's great, la, 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 immigration's not that much of a problem. And really being Cleopatra, queen of denial. Thank you. Boom.
I would push back on immigration.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. But Rainn Wilson has it right. He's got some upward management potential, I think. There, Dwight does. Of course. And just listen to Stephanie Ruhle talk. You know, her
sounds like an elitist snob.
Her station and you know the collective of the DC Press Corps is under some sort of assault. There's a diabolical plan afoot to destroy their credibility, as opposed to them destroying their own credibility with what they do on a daily basis and have for so many years. The destruction of the credibility is all self-inflicted. It was actually interesting in the White House briefing yesterday, White House press briefing yesterday. Tim Pool, who's this podcaster who looks like a flunky from the Monkees.
He sure did.
But I mean, his point in terms of making a statement posed as a question is a salient one.
Off today.
Yes, many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you can comment on that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room.
Yeah, and you get it. But those 3 big stories that he mentioned, including the most recent one, Maryland Man, I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg with respect to the knowing or should have known falsehoods propagated by Stephanie Ruhle and her friends. And that's a diabolical plan by Steve Bannon? No, I don't think so. That's you serving as the comm shop for a political party and its power brokers and candidates that you want to see in power. And frankly, for all of her talk about the Fourth Estate, this is also a group that wants to silence dissent, which is the opposite of being a check on people in power, isn't it? We mentioned this yesterday, but hear it again. Elizabeth Warren on this a podcast with a guy named Sam Fragosa, who's a L.A. writer and filmmaker, and he presses her on her participation in the hoax surrounding former President Biden's mental acuity.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, it is... The question is, what are we going to do now?
Okay.
Yeah, of course it is. Because what we're going to do now is certainly not hold you accountable for what you did then. I mean, I'll credit Sam Fragosa for pressing her on that, but July of last year, so that was after the debate. She was still towing the party line. Did Steve Bannon destroy Elizabeth Warren's credibility, or did she? I mean, and that's obviously with her in particular, that's one of dozens and dozens of instances. Another, and Fregosa pressed her on this as well, was with the Supreme Court. So everybody's so worried now. Constitutional crisis, Trump may or may not abide a Supreme Court diktat with respect to Abrego Garcia. These are the people that were threatening members of the Supreme Court implicitly with violence, saying they took a torch to the Constitution with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs decision. Elizabeth Warren was one of them. But that was okay. That wasn't delegitimizing the court. No, it wasn't. It was delegitimizing Elizabeth Warren and the left. All right, coming up at 6:06, a $5,000 baby bonus. Amy, you can make a little cash on the side, perhaps.
I was thinking you could make some cash on the
Uh-huh.
side.
All right.
Get that shop up and running again is what you're saying, huh?
6:06.
Okay, we'll discuss. It is now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Thousands are gathered at the Vatican. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, for a public viewing of Pope Francis after his casket was moved from where he lived and then died Monday to where Catholics will pay their respects. Fox's Alex Hogan's there.
Pope Francis returning to St. Peter's Basilica behind me for a final time this morning. Cardinals carried out the ritual ceremony of transferring his body there, where it will lay in state for 3 days until the funeral on Saturday. The procession today included cardinals, priests, and members of the Swiss Guard walking the casket from the chapel of Casa Santa Marta, his residence, to St. Peter's.
Now, President Trump will be among the world leaders attending the Pope's funeral Saturday. Comments he's made the past few days have moved the markets, including saying he has no plans to fire the Federal Reserve chairman after he had called Jerome Powell a major loser, leading to a big stock plunge on Monday.
This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No. It's not, but it would be good timing.
In reaction to those comments, Dow futures up more than 700 points the day after the Dow surged to 1,000 on Trump administration comments hinting at a future reduction of tariffs on Chinese imports. Elon Musk is planning to spend less time at Doge in his controversial work helping the Trump administration make federal job and spending cuts, and more time at Tesla. He's CEO of the struggling electric car company.
Tesla reported a drop in sales and revenue for the first 3 months of the year, likely due to attacks like this, dealerships getting firebombed, cars keyed, and concerns over tariffs. Tesla's net income plunged 71% in the first quarter of this year. Total revenue from car sales dipped 20%.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. A wildfire rages near the Jersey Shore, prompting about 3,000 people to evacuate their homes in Ocean County. 8,500 acres of burn. Firefighters have 10% containment. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says China has to make a trade deal.
I'm not going to say, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice.
He's also confident that they will come to an agreement.
My relationship with President Xi is great. It's been great for a long time. We've had a very good relationship, and I think we'll make a deal with China.
Speaking from the White House, Trump said that China needs to sell its goods to the U.S., and he's confident they'll come to the bargaining table. He added that the U.S. is losing $2 trillion in trade across the globe, and those days are over. Trump says the U.S. is getting ripped off by almost every country. The state is awarding $30 million worth of grant funds to help revitalize commercial corridors in downtown areas throughout the state. Governor Pritzker says the grant funding will be used for construction, repair, and the modernization of public infrastructure and amenities to boost jobs, improve quality of life, and stimulate economic activity.
These are funds that will go directly into the lifeblood of our local economies. Community development projects, housing, revitalizing commercial corridors all across our state.
The goal of this program is to bring back people into Main Street districts and local city centers in communities of all sizes. News is a service of Valdecast Windows. For the discerning homeowner looking for high quality and professional level window replacement service, contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella certified contractor. Visit Valdecast.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Charlie Kirk says the time has come.
Harvard University has a $50 billion endowment. They have a tax-exempt status. They get money for research grants. Why is it, as a country which is $35 trillion in debt, we continue to finance universities that hate us? Has Harvard just become a Democrat think tank? And if they are, why are they taxpayer-funded entity?
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at mvpcfp.com. That's mvpcfp.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to mvpcfp.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies, it's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. Bay Eden's inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes, 13 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 8 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. Now on the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 13 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Stevenson, this is inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 17 minutes. Outbound, about 16 minutes. On the Dan Bryan, inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 13 minutes. Traffic's a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now checking your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Couple of morning showers, thunderstorm in the area today, otherwise clouds and sun. A high today 76, cloudy for tonight, low 57, partly sunny tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm late day on Friday, the high at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The Trump administration is trying to address the baby bust, and reportedly, they're considering a number of initiatives to encourage women to have more babies. Women are the ones who have babies. We know this now thanks to the British Supreme Court.
Right. Thank goodness for the Brits. Because the Democrats think that they think that men are women. So just know that. Never forget that, people.
Many of their men are women. The proposal, one of the proposals, is a $5,000 baby bonus.
Oh, yeah.
For every new mom after delivery. So there it is. Would you have another kid for $5,000? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
I mean, hopefully Justin, because Justin, they're having a baby next month. May 19th is the due date. I mean, would he qualify for the 5K?
I don't know. I don't know the particulars here. They haven't been advanced. We'll see. Hopefully, maybe Justin should start lobbying the administration to get this, to get his kid in under the wire. But you know, you're making real money between the potential Doge dividend and the baby bonus. You could be swimming in federal largesse here.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. The bigger question, Dan, is would you have a baby for $5,000?
It's gonna. I mean, we're
I don't know if I want you to have.
We're negotiating now, but 5 is not the number. I'll tell you that. Well, you know, and this is all sort of. I wouldn't say it's.
It's a good incentive, though. I'll tell you.
I wouldn't say it's precipitated by Elon Musk, but the interview that Elon Musk gave to Bret Baier a few weeks back, he talked in part about this, which, by the way, this is not a new problem in the West. This is not something that hasn't been talked about. But now you're seeing at least some brainstorming about something the government may try to do to address it. Is it really the government's role? Financial incentives? Anyway, here's Musk.
Well, there's a lot of things, I suppose, that I worry about. But and some of these things will seem esoteric to people. You know, the birth rate is very low. In almost every country. And it's something, unless that changes, civilization will disappear. America had the lowest birth rate, I believe, ever. That was last year. Places like Korea, the birth rate is 1/3 replacement rate. So that means in 3 generations, Korea will be 3 or 4% of its current size. And nothing seems to be turning that around. Humanity is dying. And people, it's just not something we evolved to react to. And I worry generally about the strength of America. You know, America is the central column that holds up all of Western civilization. So if you like, if we've got the temple of Western civilization, America is the central column. If that column fails, it's all over. You can't run off to New Zealand or some other place. It's over. So either we strengthen that column and make sure America is strong and will be strong for a long time, or that roof's coming down.
Well, he's not necessarily wrong about that. He's also right about birth rates. New low in 2023, just under 3.6 million babies born in 2023. That was 76,000 fewer than 2022.
Jeez.
And the lowest one-year tally since 1979.
Oh, my goodness.
We've often mentioned, were it not for immigration, particularly the legal variety, preferably the legal variety, we would be below replacement rate like some of those other countries that Musk mentioned, including South Korea and Japan. Remember Mark Stein famously saying that Japan would have been better to invent the walker instead of the Walkman. And we see women giving birth later in life. Mm-hmm. Rates among teens and young women dropping, while more women in their 30s and 40s are having kids. $5,000 for a kid? Going once? Going twice? Ron, Southside, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Okay, look, fine. But if that occurs, if you get the $5,000, will you sign an agreement that you don't ask for any more public money? Okay, will you take care of your kids? Will you work? And I've been wanting to mention this related. People that are receiving, I think, $500. What is it called, Dan? Guaranteed. Wait, I thought that was
the UBI, Universal Basic Income, the little pilot program that Tony Preckwinkle started. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I thought guaranteed income for someone who's retired worked all that. I thought that was a job, just like supplemental income. They use all these different words. Supplemental income. I thought, well, for me, that meant a part-time job. So no, that's the guy. You all have a wonderful.
Yeah,
I'm 30. I'm about 33 years too late for that program for children. Have a great day, guys.
All right. Sorry you missed it. Thanks for the call.
1979, I mean, we were in a recession. High inflation, remember that? Oil prices were quadrupled. And you probably don't remember. Do you remember ever being in gas lines or worrying about bread? Or
I wasn't driving at the time, but I was not in charge of household groceries either. But your point is what? That we were more oriented towards having families and kids younger 50 years ago, despite tougher economic times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's true. It's not. It's a socio-cultural issue more than an economic one. I mean, maybe an economic one for some people. That's certainly part of the consideration.
Kids are expensive.
But that's not what's changed. That's not what's changed over the last 40, 50, 60, 70 years. That's not it. That's not the controlling variable here. And I think we know that. Mike in Union.
Hey, Dan, I was curious if you knew the answer to this question. The Russian government tried doing this 5 or 10 years ago as well, offering their citizens money for repopulating. I'm not sure how it worked. Figured you'd know.
Yeah, I don't think it did. Thanks for the call, Mike. Well, the other problem that Putin has now is he just sent 1 million young men to die in Ukraine.
Yep.
Rough numbers. That doesn't help.
Nope.
The one-child policy in China for 35 years. That didn't help. For example, China is as big as China is, as populous as it is, that has a demographic problem too. The other thing that one other trial balloon that's been floated as part of this is sort of interesting. In addition to the $5,000 baby bonus, the proposal to see that 30% of all Fulbright scholarships be given to applicants who are married or have children. That's interesting because that's a prestigious scholarship. And so that's part of saying, okay, well, you don't have to make a trade between pursuing professional advancement and passing up opportunities like a Fulbright scholarship. You don't have to choose between that and having children or being married and having children. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that you need the government providing these sorts of financial incentives with other people's money or the set-asides, scholarship set-asides. I think this is going to be something that cannot be solved by the government, just like it hasn't been solved by other governments who've tried it, because it wasn't just Putin. You have to change people's cultural outlook. And, I mean, think about where the incentives are, as we've discussed before. Think about the hysterics you get from certain quarters in our country about you know, the sort of the neo-existentialism. There's no point. The world's going to end by 2030 because we're still using plastic straws. I mean, all of the silliness that we sort of treat as silliness, but I mean, it does have impact on the margins for people who are too immature to know better or too lacking in intellectual curiosity to find out better. It has an impact. Simone Collins telling the New York Times, this administration is inherently pro-natalist. Look at the number of kids that major leaders of the administration have. You didn't hear about kids in the same way under Biden. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said to the New York Times that Trump is proudly implementing policies to uplift American families, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for promoting it and setting the example the way that Vance and Trump and Musk is sort of a different kind of category. But yeah, I'm all for it. I don't know. First of all, it's a question about whether that sort of policy making is judicious, and secondly, $5,000, you can do the math. If that's what's putting you over the top, then you're not very good at math because, as you were just referencing, raising children is an expensive undertaking. And so $5,000 up front, I mean, sure, it helps, but I don't think that's the point at which a decision is made, if I'm going to get $5,000 up front or not.
I think you need to make it 10. Lots of text messages. 10K to have a baby. That's a little bit better.
Yeah. What do you think the number is? What do you think you've spent raising your two boys?
Oh, my God. You wonder where your money went before you had kids. I can tell you that. After you have kids.
So what do you think you spent?
What I spend my time in? Well, I know on diapers alone, my accountant said I spent $10,000 on 2 kids.
What?
Diapers alone.
For the entire time they were in diapers?
Yes, it was $10,000.
So what do you think you spent? Just pick one kid. What do you think you spent from 0 to 18?
Oh.
Don't include college.
Oh, you didn't include that, then you're really screwed. I bet $300,000. Between all the sports and the food and the clothes, because then they grow,
Yeah, I mean, that sounds, I don't know, that sounds ballpark. I don't know offhand. That sounds ballpark to me, but maybe more. Depending on whether, you get them nice golf clubs or hand-me-downs.
Oh, that,
things like that.
Honestly. Dan and Amy, do I get to pick the gender or will it be assigned at birth depending on quota?
Mm-hmm.
Musk himself has certainly been doing his part.
I wonder if, I doubt it, but you have to ask the question, do butt babies qualify for the 5,000?
Oh, that's right. You get to pick your kind of butt baby.
Because I could have all kinds of butt babies. I mean, you could really pile up the cash with butt babies.
Better to give income tax breaks like in Hungary for having kids. The people contributing to society will.
Well, you get a child tax deduction
we do.
in this country.
Yeah.
So, right. I mean, but that's the point. So you have a child tax deduction, and in 2023, we had the lowest number of babies born in 50 years. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so it's to me, this is like this idea. It's sort of like the Doge dividend. Mm-hmm. It's not going to turn over the cultural zeitgeist, but it is a way to begin getting engagement of people to think about what they're doing, what we're doing collectively, what some of the challenges for America's future are if we don't begin to address them now. I sort of take it in that vein. So, I mean, if you take it in that vein, then it's productive. I mean, a speech only has so much staying power.
Yeah.
An interview has only so much staying power. But, a policy that provides an incentives and gets people thinking about the underlying issues, I mean, that's a way to do it. And frankly, that's also a commentary on our culture right now, that there needs to be some sort of cash reward to engage the brain to think about public policies that have potential impact on cultural phenomenon that could preserve what Western civilization, or as Elon Musk said, cave the roof in. Jim in LaGrange.
Dan, I want to know if Amy would like to take the Elon Musk baby challenge, because I was reading in the Wall Street Journal that his baby mamas get $15 million up front, and then the kid gets a check that the mom manages for $100,000 a month until they're 18. Isn't that a nice deal?
Yeah. Well, that's
no kidding.
now we're talking
now
the
it's
kind of
less
money
money.
that gets my interest.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Well, you're going to have Elon Musk's baby, Dan, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to try. So what about that? $15 million.
I'd open the shop back up.
Peyton, Eli, and then Arch. How about $15 million for Arch Jacobson? What do you think?
I think that ship has sailed. But if I could, I would seriously consider that.
Well, maybe you could.
What? Get a surrogate?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could farm it out.
Yeah. Grab an egg and see what happens.
Yeah, you two are the power couple, and then you use the agreed upon financing to bring in a surrogate, and everybody's happy. Everybody's a winner.
Everybody goes home a winner. Yes.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
Speaking of having babies, how about supporting organizations that help women who are otherwise afraid to have a baby, usually on their own, do so? Women who would do so without the baby bonus that's been proposed. You've heard us talking about our campaign this spring with Caring Network. They're a local pro-life organization based in Chicagoland, working to prevent abortions in Illinois by reaching abortion-minded women with a message of life and hope. But they need your help to do that. Illinois has become a destination for so-called abortion tourism. As our neighboring states have restricted abortion, more women are coming here. The number of abortions in Illinois has actually doubled in less than 7 years. Caring Network is committed to reaching the abortion-minded woman, the woman who gets pregnant unexpectedly and is likely to go to a Planned Parenthood or another abortion provider to end her pregnancy. Caring Network wants to reach her first and needs your help to do that. You can help the effort by making a one-time donation of $150. That amount makes it possible for Caring Network to reach 5 women who are considering abortion and provide services to them like telehealth counseling with a nurse, or they can schedule an in-person appointment to show a pregnant woman her baby on an ultrasound. To learn more and to make a donation to Caring Network, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right. If you're living with chronic joint pain, it's like sitting on a cactus couch. Ouch. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, pickleball. You're just trying to get by. Well, I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case, and they're focused to finally get you the relief you need. Listen, they've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. If you have it, you know what I'm talking about. And QC Kinetics, the science is solid, and they give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, without any downtime. So if you're curious to see if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation's free. You have nothing to lose, and they have appointments on Saturdays. So call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955, QC Kinetics.
National security is at risk, and China controls most of the world's supply of antimony, a critical metal for military and defense technology. Military Metals Corp is taking action and securing a Western-controlled supply with projects in Europe and North America. Critical minerals are the backbone of modern defense. Now's the time to pay attention. The stock trades on the OTC under ticker MILIF. Call your broker today or go to www.militarymetalscorp.com to learn more.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
If you're hiding your smile because of missing teeth, are experiencing pain due to incoming wisdom teeth or a misaligned jaw, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers can change your life. Experts in the fields of oral and maxillofacial surgery, anesthesia, and dental implantology, the doctors at Midland Oral Surgery are committed to providing compassionate care in a calm and relaxing environment. Dental implants, bone grafting, removing wisdom teeth, surgical management of the hard and soft tissues of the facial region, including sedation dentistry, so you can improve your smile in a painless, pleasant, and stress-free manner. With state-of-the-art CT imaging equipment, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers have unparalleled diagnostic and treatment capabilities. Proudly serving Southwest Chicago and its suburbs for over 50 years. Make an appointment to discuss a pain-free solution for your smile. Locations in Frankfort, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, and Western Springs. Learn more about the doctors and procedures at midlandoms.com. That's midlandoms.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 312.
Yeah.
I don't think they allow cigars at kindergarten parent-teacher conference, so you should probably stay childless. That's not true. I saw Uncle Buck, and when Uncle Buck was watching his brother's kids...
That would be his nieces and nephews, yes.
Remember? Yeah, he went to that parent-teacher conference. That's where he gave that nasty administrator a nickel to gnaw that mole, to buy a rat and gnaw that mole off her face.
Yeah.
And he was smoking a cigar in that meeting.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that Uncle Buck was a documentary, but I'm just saying maybe there's some latitude on that.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, returning to Pete Hegseth and the internal dissension in the ranks at the Pentagon, Dan Caldwell, one of his senior advisors who was sacked, sat down with Tucker Carlson to talk about it. 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go on this sunny Wednesday. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says he has no intention of firing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
No, I have no intention of firing him.
I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates.
Over the last week, Trump implied he could fire Powell if he wanted to, calling him a major loser and that he's not happy with him. Mayor Johnson is taking aim at former Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Johnson says President Trump is using the same playbook that Emanuel used in Chicago, blasting the former mayor for shutting down schools, firing black women, and privatizing the public education system. Johnson said his election was the result of a movement in the city that rejected Emanuel's neoliberal agenda. News is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over if you have medical PPO insurance. Find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
In 2012, the Journal of Cognition and Emotion published a study that showed that we make a decision to trust a person within 100 milliseconds of seeing their face. Making a good first impression has never been more important, and you can make that positive impression with a professional headshot from Tom Killoran Photography. Whether you're a job seeker trying to land your next position, or you're looking to build your business by connecting with prospective clients and customers, you need a high-quality headshot to use with your resume, portfolio, website, or other marketing materials. The experts at Tom Killoran Photography can work with you to capture the exact look you need for your professional presentation. Tom Killoran Photography is also the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see a sample of their work, just visit KilloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN Photography.com, or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Killoran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Steel, walk behind, zero turn, and stand on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. On the outbound side, 14 minutes. Got an accident involving a car versus the wall, affecting the right shoulder right around Wilson Avenue. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to Byrne Interchange, 15 minutes. Outbound about 17 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 21 minutes. Outbound, 20 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 25 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A shower or two this morning, a thunderstorm, otherwise clouds and sun, a high today 76. Cloudy tonight, low 57. Partly sunny for tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm on Friday, breezy, high Friday at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We talked a bit about the Hegseth saga with senior staff yesterday, but it bears more conversation now that one of the three senior level officials, longtime allies of Hegseth, previous Trump administration officials, another one has stepped forward, Dan Caldwell, who's senior advisor to Hegseth. First of all, the three of them, Dan Caldwell, Colin Carroll, and Darren Selnick, issued a joint statement. We're incredibly disappointed by the manner in which our service at the Department of Defense ended. Unnamed Pentagon officials have slandered our character with baseless attacks on our way out the door. All three of us served our country honorably in uniform. For two of us, that included deployments to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And based on our collective service, we understand the importance of information security and worked every day to protect it. At this time, we still not have been told exactly what we were investigated for, if there is still an active investigation, or if there was even a real investigation of leaks to begin with. While the experience has been unconscionable, we remain supportive of the Trump-Vance administration's mission to make the Pentagon great again and achieve peace through strength. We hope in the future to support those efforts in different capacities. I mentioned the op-ed yesterday that John Ulyat, who is a comms guy, penned in Politico, that had sort of the same tone that this joint statement from the other three had. And then I saw Trump Jr., sort of attacking him on social media. Well, not sort of, attacking him, say essentially that, I've learned that you were always trying to undermine the America First agenda. You're not America First, and so on and so forth. I don't know. That's not the vibe I'm getting from these guys. Why is this important? Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense, and if some underlings have to go in furtherance of the administration's objectives, then that's just the way politics works. I understand. But I'm a bit of a skeptic on things. I like to, ask the who says and what proof do you have questions, rather than just accept what I'm told to believe because I've been told to believe it. And the idea that these guys leaked information and this was a cleanup, a necessary cleanup by Hegseth, I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical of this, and frankly, as I've said before on this, the focusing on the CNN and New York Times reporting on this feels like a misdirection play to me. Feels like sort of damage control 101. Here's what Hegseth had to say on Fox and Friends yesterday about these guys.
And unfortunately, Brian, to your point, and again, if one or two of these guys is exonerated after an investigation, great. That's what investigations are for. But we took it seriously. It led to some unfortunate places, people I have known for quite some time, but it's not my job to protect them. It's my job to protect national security, the President of the United States, and let the investigation go where it is. So when that evidence is gathered sufficiently, and this has all happened very quickly, it will be handed over to DOJ, and those people will be prosecuted if necessary. The leakers know who they are, and we know over time the truth will be told. And we stand firm behind that. Leaking is not okay in national security policy, and we will stand behind that every day of the week.
Mm-hmm. Dan Caldwell was asked about the leaking that he was alleged to be a part of by Tucker Carlson?
Dan Caldwell leaked classified information to liberal media outlets, to the media, to NBC News, for example. So I just want to be totally direct with you. Did you leak classified information against the wishes of your superiors to media outlets?
Absolutely not.
Did you photograph classified material and then text pictures of that material to an NBC News reporter?
Absolutely not, and I have not spoken to an NBC reporter while at the Pentagon.
Do you know what you've been accused of?
No, I don't. Sitting here right now, myself and Darren Selnick and Colin Carroll, the other two individuals that were escorted out of the Pentagon, initially placed on leave and then fired on Friday, we have not been told as of this recording, one, is there what we were being investigated for? Two, is there still an investigation? And three, was there even a real investigation? Because there's a lot of evidence that there is not a real investigation. But again, sitting here right now, there are a lot of unknowns about this. As a former Secretary of Defense would say, there's a lot of unknown unknowns. There are some things that are pretty clear, but we have no idea what specifically we're being investigated for.
Here's my view on this. Watching this interview that Caldwell gave, reading the op-ed that Ulyat wrote, I understand that the Secretary of Defense is the principal here, and the combination of the Secretary of Defense and the White House will win the day. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go along with people getting smeared and railroaded, if that's what I think is happening. And I don't think that's what we should do. As somebody who's been smeared and railroaded in this, not at this level, of course, but in this sort of milieu before, I didn't really appreciate it. And so my antennae go up when I think it's happening to people who otherwise are honorably serving and they're being used as sacrificial lambs. And then you have principals offloading their failures onto people who were good soldiers. That's not leadership. I'm not saying that's what's happening here because I don't know. Right. But I'm saying there are enough questions about what's happening here that I'm suspicious. I'm not completely signing on to the Caldwell-Ulyat version of events, but I'm also not signing on to Hegseth's. And I don't know, this sort of character question speaks to the quality of the executive. So to the extent that we find out, and by the way, we should find out.
Right.
I don't know if there is investigation. Is there an investigation? Isn't there one? Whatever comes of the investigation. Well, let's get to this investigation and let's get to a conclusion fast, because if we're going to be critical about investigations that go nowhere, we just announce an investigation and then hope everybody forgets about it. And then the conclusion months or years down the road is some sort of middling, like there's some smoke here, but we found no fire and everybody just goes their separate ways. That's not going to be very satisfying either. Caldwell is clearly, from the views that he expressed, and this is important, the views that he expressed publicly before Trump was elected again. You know, he is opposed to the neocon element within the Republican Party that has a penchant for wanting to strike Iran versus negotiate with them over the nuclear program, for example. And he and Tucker Carlson talked about that. But he's on record. So he's not trying to bootstrap positions he previously didn't have or we didn't know he had. He's on record in op-eds as having them. So this, you know, again, your leakers, your quislings, your enemies inside the perimeter. I don't know. I'm not sold. And listen to Dan Caldwell talking about his other two colleagues that were sacked along with him. Their profile. We know the profile of the principals because they're public figures, and that's where all the attention is focused. Well, what about the profile of the people that are the implementers, the people that provide the professional advice and counsel, the people that are in the rooms plotting strategy and tactics? They matter too. If you believe personnel is policy, it doesn't stop at the secretary level.
But you're being accused of betraying Hegseth, who's under attack from people who want a war with Iran. Let's just be totally blunt about it. And so you're being accused of betraying him, betraying the president, and committing a crime. That's a crime. So this is not just like, hey, Dan Caldwell's got bad taste in neckties. This is like Dan Caldwell's a criminal.
Yeah, it's just. There's sometimes I think it just hasn't fully set in with me and
Yes.
what's going on. And I want to talk about the two other gentlemen that are going through this with me. And what's going on with them in some ways is more infuriating because, as you said, I have a public profile. I took some what shouldn't be controversial positions, but are. And, I was out there, advancing things that a lot of people in the foreign policy establishment didn't want. Doesn't justify what's happening to me, but that, let's just be honest, that is the nature of the games played in D.C. Darren Selnick and Colin Carroll are patriots. Let me talk about Darren a little bit. Darren's another person that worked with Secretary Hegseth for over a decade. He is somebody who's spent decades working around veterans and military health issues. He served in the first Bush administration at the VA. He served a critical role in the first Trump administration. He was a key player in advancing the VA Mission Act, one of the greatest accomplishments of the first Trump administration, which fundamentally reformed how the VA delivers health care. Darren, I think, can go to bed every night saying he saved thousands of veterans' lives because of the reforms he helped advance. He's an Air Force veteran. In between his stints in government, he worked at Concerned Veterans for America with me and Pete, helping develop revolutionary reforms to the VA that in large part were implemented by the first Trump administration. To come back, he left his nice life in Oceanside, California. His wife, stayed behind, and he got, a crummy apartment in Arlington, Virginia, and worked sometimes 16, 17-hour days to advance the secretary's agenda. He played a key role in ripping out woke and DEI nonsense from the administration. Darren was a key driver of that.
So by your description of Darren Selnick, he doesn't sound like he is engaged in the policy fights, or he's some crazy ideologue.
So before I talk about Colin, Colin has not transitioned as far as I know. But I don't actually know what Darren Selnick and Colin Carroll think about Iran. Darren Selnick could be a secret 12er Shia for all I know. Colin Carroll could want to, nuke Iran until the sand glows. Darren was deputy chief of staff focused on back-end office operations and personnel and military health policy. Colin Carroll, let me talk about Colin because he's, I think, an incredible individual too. Colin was a Naval Academy graduate. He served as a recon Marine in combat. Then he literally became a rocket scientist, working in tech, working in companies like Anduril, and he was Steve Feinberg's chief of staff. Colin's focus was on science, R&E, and budget. He was down and in. And these gentlemen were patriots, and they did not deserve to, none of us deserve to get treated this way, but in some way.
Steve Feinberg is the Deputy Secretary of Defense. So, again, the backgrounds don't mean that is, or don't serve as exculpatory evidence of the accusations of leaking and so forth. But, I mean, does that story make sense to you? These guys who have known Hegseth and worked with him for a decade, worked in the Trump administration, share his policy views on issues like Iran, as Caldwell does. All of a sudden, they're conspiring to leak information to NBC News to undermine the administration. 312-642-5600, Turnkey.pro answer line. Jeff in Cal City.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. The whole Tucker Carlson interview, I hate when interviewers will ask such specific questions. Did you leak this to CNN? Or did you take a picture and leak it to MSNBC? Maybe he leaked it to the Associated Press. Maybe he leaked it to somebody else. But when they ask these really specific questions, that's like, were you driving a gray Tesla northbound on the Lakeshore Drive? I mean, they get really specific. Just ask the basics and just see how they answer. And plus, we'll see how this all shakes out with how transparent the Trump administration is. And we'll hopefully see what's really going on.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jeff. I mean, yeah, there was some specifics, but I think there was a specific allegation of leaking to NBC News, which is why he asked that specific. But I take your point, although I think it was pretty clear in the back and forth that he was denying leaking information categorically, talking to reporters categorically, since at least he joined DOD. Tony, Downers Grove.
Well, Dan, I understand the skepticism, and it's warranted, but then this is an indictment on Trump and his administration. And what do we believe then that's coming out of the White House? How much is being fabricated? Or are they actually cleaning deep state in the military as well? And these patriots maybe have two sides. I don't know what to believe anymore because so many things are coming out.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the call, Tony. But again, these patriots have two sides, and they were sleeper agents for a decade working with Hegseth until this moment that they could have never predicted. Does that make sense? I don't know. I
just think Pete Hegseth shouldn't do any more interviews. I mean, just he spoke his piece yesterday on Fox and Friends, and just focus on your job.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, John. Need any help over there?
Oh, hey, Chris. I'm good. Just digging some new flower beds and planting a couple shrubs.
You sure you should be doing that? With your high blood pressure and all?
That's all good. I got my blood pressure under control now.
Really? New medication?
No, a superfood juice that is absolutely delicious.
A juice?
Yeah, it's 120 Life. It has 6 natural ingredients that have shown to control blood pressure.
Wow, in a juice?
Yep. So controlling my blood pressure tastes great and I feel great.
I wonder if 120 Life could fix my procrastination getting yard work done.
Not sure about that, but it sure helped me.
Certainly has. You and your yard look great.
Try 120 Life risk-free and get a 2-week trial pack. Order the 8-ounce drink or powdered mix. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout to save 15% and get free shipping.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Have you seen our energy bill? You'd think Elon used our furnace to power his rocket ships.
Very funny, babe. That furnace is 20 years old and probably hasn't been cleaned in 10.
I'll have Air Right Heating and Cooling check it out. They've seen it all. Plus, there's still time to take advantage of federal rebates. They even give AM 560 listeners $56 off any service.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at air-rite.com. That's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Set sail August 16th through the 23rd on the Patriots Alaska Cruise with me, Larry Elder, Mike Gallagher, plus special guests Jennifer Horn and Joe Piscopo. Experience breathtaking glaciers, fjords, and wildlife, all while diving into critical discussions about America's future with today's top political voices. Cabins are going fast. Text TRAVEL to 94878 right now to secure your spot before it's too late. Travel to 94878 right now to secure your spot before it's too late.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, I misspoke and said it was going to be sunny today, and clearly it's pouring out.
You're close.
It's just wishful thinking. This has been the worst spring ever, weather-wise. Every day it's just horrible outside. But it is going to be 72 degrees, so that's nice. But anyway, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07 is a trade deal with China in the offing near term. Please say yes. We'll ask economist Steve Moore, to please say yes at 7:07.
Today, obviously, some rain off and on, cloudy, a high of 72. Tomorrow, sunshine and a high of 74 degrees. It is now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Saying farewell to Pope Francis. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what thousands are doing at the Vatican in the first of 3 days of public viewings.
And we were meant to have an audience with him today, and we will do, but not in the way that we expected.
The viewing began after cardinals led a procession as pallbearers carried the Pope's casket from the residence where he died Monday at the age of 88 to St. Peter's Basilica, where the viewings are taking place ahead of Saturday's funeral. Now, President Trump will be at that funeral. He's been moving stock markets the past few days with statements that led to a Monday plunge and then a 1,000-point Dow rebound yesterday as the president hinted at a de-escalation with China, suggesting tariffs will come down.
145% is very high, and it won't be that high.
Dow futures now up about 700 points before today's trading after the president said he has no plans to fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell.
Just this week, there was that suggestion that maybe Trump would try to push him out of the job, but Trump said last night that he no longer feels that is the case. But of course, he wants to see interest rates brought down sooner rather than later.
Another Russian drone attack. That was, by the way, Fox's Mark Meredith at the White House. Another Russian drone attack in Ukraine hit a bus carrying civilians, killing 9 of them. As high-level ceasefire talks fizzled today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will not gather with top diplomats from Britain, France, Germany, and Ukraine like planned.
The meeting will now only be attended by lower-ranking officials. They're due to talk about a U.S. peace proposal that would see Crimea officially recognized as Russian. The strategically important peninsula was illegally annexed by Russia in 2014. Ukraine has rejected the idea.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The FDA wants to make food companies stop using petroleum-based dyes to color our food, planning to phase 8 of them out by next year. Commissioner Marty McCary just told Fox.
These dyes have been associated with obesity and diabetes. They've been associated with attention deficit disorder, hormone disruption.
America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is making big changes at the State Department.
In a statement Tuesday, Rubio said the sprawling bureaucracy created a system more beholden to radical political ideology than advancing America's core national interests. Rubio added redundant offices will be removed, and non-statutory programs that are misaligned with America's core national interests will cease to exist. He went on to say, we will drain the bloated bureaucratic swamp. Rubio said the reorganization will bring the department into the 21st century. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Department of Education is going to start collecting defaulted student loan debt again. The department announced collections will begin on May 5th, and borrowers could be referred to debt collectors or have money deducted from their paychecks. Student loan repayment requirements were paused in March of 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. Mayor Johnson is taking aim at former Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Johnson says that President Trump is using the same playbook that Emanuel used in Chicago.
A tyrant in the White House. We got here because someone gave him the script. And the shutting of schools, the firing of black women, privatizing our public education system is why the system is as jacked up as it is today.
Johnson said his election was the result of a movement in the city that rejected Emanuel's, quote, neoliberal agenda. The current mayor also confirmed that he will return to Springfield next week to press state lawmakers for more state funding for Chicago. News is a service of Fox Valley Coins. Bring your gold or silver in store today. Each item is priced right in front of you. The coins never leave your sight. Receive cash or a check right on the spot. FoxValleyCoins.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder isn't buying what they're selling.
We also faced a constant threat by some members, Republican members of the Congress, to cut and gut Social Security, period.
Where do I start with this? Trump has repeatedly said Social Security recipients will not be affected. He said the same thing about Medicare and Medicaid as well.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com. We've heard a lot about how Donald Trump is causing a constitutional crisis. But Joe Biden's open borders is what created the perfect storm for a real crisis, a crisis of legitimacy for our government's judicial branch. Here's why. During the Biden years, 7 million illegal immigrants streamed into the United States. Now people want them deported, but it requires no due process to enter our country illegally. It does require due process of some kind to deport illegal immigrants. For regular Americans, it's difficult to understand why migrants can't be removed as fast as they came. And if judges act in ways that lead reasonable people to question their impartiality, like the judge found harboring an illegal migrant in his home, the reputation of the entire judiciary will crater quickly. That will create a real crisis, but one of the judiciary's own making.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just one day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today or call 855-510-2628.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, about 25 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound, about 34 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, about 40 minutes. Outbound, about 33 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 41 minutes. Traffic is the service of Air Right Heating and Cooling. Offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections, or take advantage of limited time federal rebates on a new furnace. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RIT.com. Again, that's AIR-RIT.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Couple of morning showers, thunderstorm in the area today, otherwise clouds and sun. A high today 76, cloudy for tonight, low 57, partly sunny tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm late day on Friday, the high at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Elon Musk updating his role with Doge, announcing that he'll be taking a couple of steps back in May, but he's not going away entirely.
You know, the large slug of work necessary to get the Doge team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done. And I think starting probably in next month, in May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly. I'll have to continue doing it for, I think, probably the remainder of the president's term, just to make sure that the waste and fraud that we stop does not come roaring back, which we'll do if it has the chance. So I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so, and as long as it is useful. But starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla. And now that the major work of establishing the Department of Government Efficiency is done.
For more on this and, of course, matters associated with trade and tariffs, pleased to be joined, as always, by Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, co-authored with Art Laffer. Steve, don't tell me the Doge waste, fraud, and abuse elimination party is over.
Boy, I sure hope it isn't. I mean, they're just getting started. And look, Elon Musk has done a great service for America. It's unbelievable the way the left has rebelled against him and, throwing eggs and paint on Tesla cars for basically showing the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that go to fraud and waste and abuse and duplication and just criminal activity that is stealing money from taxpayers. That's never been done before, and it was long overdue. In Elon, I guess, no good deed goes unpunished in Washington because half of the members of Congress think he's a villain for doing this. But now the problem is, Dan and Amy, he's done a fantastic job of exposing the fraud. The question is, will Congress do anything about it?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that is the question, right? To codify the spending reductions, even if they don't make the the sort of the lofty goals that were set. And so where is that in process? Have you had a chance to talk to your buddy Jason Smith at Ways and Means and make sure that we're going to see the tax relief that was promised?
Well, in terms of the tax bill, I think that's moving along slowly, much more slowly than it should be. I mean, they did get it through the Senate, as you recall. That was a week or two ago.
Yeah.
And so now it's just a question of negotiating the deal between the House and Senate and then getting it done. Trump has sort of adopted my line, get a bill on his desk by Memorial Day, which is only 30 or 40 days away. And the sooner that this can get done, the sooner we're going to see a nice big rebound, I think, in the stock market. I mean, two things have to happen to get the stock market back on track. And by the way, I see the Dow futures are up 600 this morning, so there's some joy in Mudville right now. But you got to get the tax bill signed, sealed, delivered with no rate increases, Dan.
Yes.
No
well, that was my other question.
No millionaire tax.
Has that subsided? Has the talk of rate increase subsided?
Yeah, Trump just tweeted out something yesterday saying, "I'm not going to have a read my lips experience like Bush did. We're not going to raise the tax rates." But it was a kind of a strange message. He said, "I'd like to raise the rates on the rich, but I don't think it's very advisable to do it." And so I don't know quite how to interpret that.
Well,
So that's one thing. What's the other thing that has to happen?
Oh, well, get these trade deals done. Get them done as quickly as possible. I guess there was the announcement that they're making progress in China, and the market went up 800 points yesterday. So everybody is watching these trade negotiations, with an eagle's eye to make sure they're moving apace. And once those things happen, I think that you're going to see a rebound. The problem is we're already seeing supply chain problems, Dan and Amy, at manufacturing companies and retail stores. Target and Best Buy just sent a message to the president saying, our shelves are going to be empty pretty soon if we can't get, because a lot of the stuff we buy is from Canada and Mexico and Japan and other countries, and so this could cause some havoc in terms of how it affects consumers in the months ahead.
Well, right. And so, and the other, I mean, I didn't want to skip over the spending side, but I'm just talking about this in terms of deliverables on both sides, both the tax relief as well as the spending restraint to encourage growth.
I intentionally skipped that question because I hate to tell you this, but Republicans don't want to cut spending any more than Democrats do. I mean, they talk a good game, but, you always have some Republicans, oh, no, we can't cut this program, we can't cut that program. It's kind of demoralizing that Republicans aren't making more progress. Now, let me give you one example, though, where you're hearing a lot of overheated rhetoric from the Democrats. The Republicans want to make about $100 billion of cuts from Medicaid. By the way, Medicaid is different from Medicare. A lot of people get confused about that. Medicaid is the program, for supposedly for low-income Americans. Medicare is the program for senior citizens that people paid into. Now, look, nobody is talking about cutting people's health care benefits who are eligible for these programs, but both DOJ and the federal auditors have found that just last year alone, there was $150 billion, not million, stolen from the Medicaid program. A lot of it was going to illegal immigrants. A lot of it was going to people who were not eligible for the program, et cetera. And how hard is it to just keep track of who is eligible for the program and who's not? $150 billion, that's like 3 times the size of the Illinois state budget. And that's pretty huge as it is.
Well, I mean, so, right. So, it just speaks to the subset of the Republican caucuses in the House and Senate that are so feeble, that are so cowardly, that they won't cut $150 billion in waste potentially because they're afraid of a mailer that says you cut Medicaid, you cut health care coverage for poor people. And they don't have the gumption to go out and actually make arguments and provide the details and provide the facts and expose the disingenuousness of the left. So they just go along with waste, fraud, and abuse.
But let me just say something to defend the Republic. I mean, you're right what you say, but it's also true that complicit in this is the media. I mean, every time I turn on, CNN or these other stations, oh my God, rural hospitals aren't going to have the, nurses they need and da-da-da. And they're like, no, we're not talking about cutting that. We're talking about getting rid of the fraudsters and putting those people in jail and getting the money back. And so, the media is piling on with the Democrats saying, oh, these mean and nasty, Republicans want to take health care away from, mothers that are pregnant.
Well, so now let's talk trade and tariffs. There's a lot to get to here.
We have to.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned, let's start with what you mentioned. Dissent offers some commentary suggesting that progress is being made towards a deal with China. But I mean, these market swings of 1,000 points based on a comment that Dissent makes, and then Trump makes a comment about tariffs being the most beautiful word in the English language the next day, and it drops 1,000 points. It's a little ridiculous, and it's not a good way to make public policy. I assume they're trying to calm the markets, but what is the reality? What is the sort of the reality underneath the daily rhetoric in terms of how fast deals are going to materialize, do you think, with China or any other major trading partner?
Well, let me just step back a minute. And you may have seen we had something in our outline the other day about this story about Tim Cook, who's the CEO of Apple. And by the way, I'm very pro-Apple. I have an iPhone, and I think it's a great company, and I want to do well. I own stock in Apple, as most people do. Well, Tim, you probably followed this story where Tim Apple got a private meeting with Trump in the Oval Office, and he walks out and he gets a carve out from the tariffs.
Tim Cook just cut.
And then what happened?
Tim Cook just cut Steve Moore's Apple off, is what he did. All right, we'll effort to get Steve back. We'll be right back.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244. AM 560, The Answer.
All right, Steve Moore starts accusing Tim Cook of being a rent seeker, and he gets his phone cut off. You better be careful. Mind your words, Steve.
That, guys, by the way? Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Just when I started talking about this meeting. By the way, I am speaking on an Apple phone.
Right. You better be careful is the point. Tim Cook is listening. All right, so go ahead, make your point.
Make my point before I get cut off again, which was that Tim Cook goes into the White House, gets a private meeting with Trump in the Oval Office, walks out with a deal, carve out from the tariffs, and Apple's stock goes up by 3%, which I calculated was worth over $30 billion. Apple. I mean, now how many small businessmen and women have the opportunity to go in to the Oval Office and make a cut deal? So that's not the way to make public policy, right? I mean, it's just not. That's just kind of corporate welfare, and I hate that. We shouldn't make deals one company at a time, and that was, I think, inappropriate.
Yeah, totally agree. Now, I mean, on the, I guess, modestly good news front, given that this is the approach Trump has chosen to take, I did see that India is following Vietnam in imposing tariffs on Chinese steel, so that puts more pressure on China.
Yes.
But I mean, that pressure needs to come much more widely and much more quickly than it is currently, don't you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not a tariff guy. You know me, Deb, for a long time, and Amy knows me a long time. I'm a free trade guy. I do think, if Trump can pull this off with the reciprocal trade deals, I think that's a positive thing for trade. But, boy, it's been a rough road for sure. And if I were advising Trump right now, where do you go from here? Because we got to get this over with. I mean, we've got to move on and get back onto the pro-growth kind of policies. He hasn't even been talking about his tax cut for 3 months because he's been talking about tariffs. So what I would do is try to basically make peace with the rest of the world and aim the tariff fight against China. China is the bad actor. They're an enemy. They do cheat. They do steal. They steal our technology. They steal our patents. They're dangerous in terms of what they're doing with their military. So let's try to unite the world against China. And I think kind of that's where Trump is going with this, and I think that's the wisest strategy forward.
Yeah, but who's going to budge first? I mean, President Xi or Trump?
Well,
I mean, I don't see Trump making the phone call to him.
Well, no, and nor should he. Look, Trump does. People have to understand something. If China cannot trade with the United States, if they lost access to our $22 trillion consumer market, their economy would go into a Great Depression. I mean, their economy would just sink. And that's the leverage we have now over China. China will have to come, on bended knee to Trump and say, call off the dogs. And how soon they do that is a big question. But Trump doesn't need to make these calls. President Xi is going to have to call Trump and say, okay, we surrender. We're going to play by the rules. And I'm with Trump on that. I think now is a good time to confront China. But we have to unite the rest of the world, Dan and Amy. And it's not a good way to do that if you're poking at Canada, poking at the Europeans, poking at Mexico, because that only makes them antagonistic towards the United States.
Well, I mean, this is the dynamic. So on the one hand, the defense of Trump, Trump's Liberation Day announcements with tariffs all over the place is, part of the political defense is right. He's on a clock. He's got to get this done. This is the way to get people to the table. There's not a lot of time for threats and so forth. Just impose it, show that you're serious, and then you get people to the table. But the flip side is he's on the clock. And he's on the clock to unite the world against China, which is not an easy thing to do when you have to deal with central planners in Europe and Southeast Asia and so forth. And so, and we don't really have, it seems to me, and maybe you do, a handle on the progress towards those ends because we just get the, alternative rhetorical stylings of Bessent and Trump on a daily basis.
Right. Yeah, and that's why the markets are so shaky and rattling. I'm getting motion sickness every day, kind of watching the up and down and the roller coaster ride of this market. But let's just go back to that main point. Come on, cut these deals with, and incidentally, I'd even rather have, and I'm a free trade guy, I'd rather have just a 15% across the board tariff. Everybody pays. It's a revenue tariff. You bring stuff in, you're going to pay this tax. Then this idea of like, well, we're going to charge this country this and that country that and that one that. I mean, I just think, for one thing, just how are you going to make all these deals in the next 30 days? I mean, it's too complicated. And we can't afford – we're going to have a recession if we don't get this thing done quickly. So that's my view of it. And the other thing is I love all the other things Trump is doing. I love, he's for school choice. He's for deregulating. He's for DOGE and saving money on our government. All of these things are so positive, but that message has been completely crowded out by tariffs.
And don't you – oh, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Well, and now you have projections starting to creep into the conversation that are going to reduce confidence, like Goldman Sachs projecting that the tariffs at their current levels for some finite period of time, might onshore 100,000 manufacturing jobs, might result in 100,000 new manufacturing jobs, but you're going to lose 500,000 jobs in every other sector. So the net
even in the
isn't great.
manufacturing sector. Yeah, even in the manufacturing sector, we may lose jobs in the short term because the company, we are totally, our factories and our manufacturing is incredibly globally sophisticated. And, I talked to one manufacturing firm that is a friend of mine, the guy who runs it. He said, look, we get our steel from Japan, we get our copper from Vietnam, we get our parts from Mexico, we get our lumber from Canada. So the whole supply chain issue is they're like dormant right now because they can't get anything into the country to make their products. So we got to solve this problem. I have faith that Trump will get this done, but boy, they seem to be doing it the hard way. And then let's get the tax bill done. And if you do those two things, I think you're going to be a big snapback in the market in a big way.
Stephen Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Steve, thanks as always.
Okay, guys. By the way, how about those Cubs? It's unbelievable. They're the comeback kids.
Calm down.
A lot of season left.
30 games. Good grief.
All right. Thank you, Stephen Moore. And he joined us.
Guys, have a good day.
Thanks. He joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
While Dennis Prager is recuperating, we know you miss your daily dose of Dennis. That's why Pragertopia is giving you a special gift. Right now, Pragertopia members can hear the best 2 hours of Dennis's favorite segments from as far back as 2010. On Monday, you can hear the Happiness Hour.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what I'm about.
Tuesday is Celebrity Guest Day.
Donald Trump Jr. is in studio with me.
On Wednesday, it's the Male-Female Hour.
I really do wish there were a way to ascertain the number of marriages that this hour has helped.
Thursday, the Ultimate Issues Hour.
Not having ultimate issues clarity is like having a map, but you don't know where you're going.
And Friday is Open Lines.
Feel free to ask me anything about me, about you, about life.
So if you're missing your daily dose of Dennis, go to Pragertopia.com and hear all your favorite segments, along with lectures, celebrity interviews, his famous Torah teachings, and more. Get your daily dose of Dennis at Pragertopia.com. Pragertopia.com.
All right. If you have chronic pain in your neck, in your back, in your hip, in your elbow, in your knees, it's not fun. You don't have to live like that. Spring is right around the corner. Actually, spring is here. How's that weather going? Tomorrow we're going to have sunshine. So get out and enjoy. But if you can't because of that chronic pain, then you need to go see our very good friends at QC Kinetics. Why? Well, they've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments. They help calm debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back without surgery, without drugs, without any downtime. You don't have to take vacation to get a surgery and not know whether or not it's going to work or not, because a lot of people I know that have had hip and knee surgery are still miserable, and they had to pay a lot of money, and it didn't fix the problem. So see if you're a candidate for regenerative treatments. Call now, QC Kinetics. Free consultation, Saturday appointments available. They have offices all over the Chicagoland area. The number to call is 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll build on our conversation with Steve Moore when Gordon Chang joins us at 7:37. Gordon Chang, author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America. We'll get his perspective on any potential deal between China and the United States in the near term at 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The Trump administration is collecting private medical records from both federal and commercial databases for Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new autism study. The director of the National Institutes of Health confirmed the move this week, saying the new data will allow Kennedy's researchers to study comprehensive patient data with broad coverage of the U.S. population for the first time. The Department of Education is going to start collecting defaulted student loan debt again. The department announced collections will begin on May 5th. The Highland Park July 4th parade shooting suspect is set to be sentenced today. Robert Cremo III pleaded guilty last month to 21 counts of first-degree murder and 48 counts of attempted murder. He's accused of killing 7 people and wounding dozens more at the Suburban Independence Day parade in 2022. Cremo pleaded guilty to the mass shooting last June, but changed his mind in court. News is a service of Lake County Fairgrounds Home Show. Improving your home can be easy with just one visit to the biggest home show of the year this weekend in Gray Lake with free admission. Plus, speak with experts and enter to win a trip to the Virgin Islands. For details, visit LakeCountyHomeshow.com today. That's LakeCountyHomeshow.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This Mother's Day, give Mom something that shines as bright as she does. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for a gift to make Mother's Day unforgettable. Roland's has such a beautiful selection of jewelry, and I'm a longtime customer of Roland's. I love this place, and I want you to make Mom feel truly special with a stunning Simon G necklace, a Roberto coin bracelet to match her style, or sparkling diamond stud earrings. I love that Roland's is family-owned, and I appreciate their expertly trained sales specialist. Roland's will help you find that perfect gift because Mom deserves jewelry she'll cherish forever. Visit Roland's Jewelers, downtown Libertyville, or RolandsJewelers.com. That's ROLLANDS, RolandsJewelers.com. Roland's Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust this Mother's Day, like I do. RolandsJewelers.com, or call them 847-918-7300, 847-918-7300, Roland's Jewelers.
Have you seen what's been happening in the stock market lately? The market has had some rough days. And if you think those numbers don't mean anything to you and your retirement plan, think again. Can you afford to lose a big chunk of your retirement savings in a single day at this stage of your life? If you want to make sure you aren't taking on more risk than you're comfortable with, call the team at Scott Tucker Solutions now. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. Make sure you're prepared for whatever happens in the market, and if you already have a retirement plan, let's take a look to make sure you're properly diversified. Call Scott Tucker Solutions today to help make sure more bad days in the market don't disrupt your retirement plans. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. That's 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 27 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 39 minutes. Outbound, about 48 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 47 minutes. Outbound, 38 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 42 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Kyle started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Blindster prices are low, and their blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A shower or two this morning, a thunderstorm, otherwise clouds and sun, a high today 76. Cloudy tonight, low 57. Partly sunny for tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm on Friday, breezy, high Friday at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Our next guest argues that the tariffs that Trump has imposed on the Chinese Communist Party, on the country of China, vis-a-vis the Chinese Communist Party, which controls it, couldn't come at a worse time for President Xi. That it is Xi who will have to bend the knee, as Steve Moore seemed to indicate. But how does that play out, and over what time frame? For some discussion on those topics, we're pleased to be joined by Gordon Chang, who's the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, as well as The Great U.S.-China Tech War. You can follow Gordon Chang on X. His handle is at Gordon G. Chang, C-H-A-N-G, Gordon G. Chang on X. Gordon Chang, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Dan and Amy.
So lay out the case why Xi is in a no-win situation, as you have opined.
His economy is smaller than ours. It is less than two-thirds the size of the American one. He's the trade surplus country. Last year, China's merchandise trade surplus was $295.4 billion. And as we know, trade surplus countries don't have ammunition in trade wars. His economy right now is failing. It's not growing at the 5.4% pace that they reported for the first quarter. It looks like it might even be contracting when we look at all of the price data from March, because there is a deflationary spiral. We know that factories are closing. The forecast for the export sector is grim. You put all that together, from the objective factors, Xi Jinping doesn't have a chance. Now, his only way of getting out of this is if he convinces President Trump to fold. I think President Trump is determined. We're going to see this. His comments yesterday about reducing tariffs on China could very well be his version of the Jedi mind trick, but we'll find out soon enough.
So but you agree with Steve Moore, who we just had on the program, that Xi is not going to make an overture to Trump to try to make a deal. He has got to dig in for political reasons.
Yes, because Xi Jinping has configured the Chinese political system so that only the most hostile answers are considered acceptable. If he does the economically rational thing, which is to make a deal with Trump, he could very well lose his position in the political system because he's under challenge. If he doesn't make a deal, he could lose his economy. So I think he's in a very difficult position right now.
Well, if he loses his economy, then he potentially loses his political position anyway, doesn't he?
You would think so. The Communist Party is extremely coercive. We know the Chinese people are not very happy right now. They weren't before the trade war. I'm sure they're less so now because I think their economic situation is deteriorating fast, as we see from all of these reports internally. So, Xi Jinping is in a position where the political system itself is fragile, in addition to his position in that system being fragile.
What kind of impact does Vietnam and India joining the United States to impose tariffs on, for example, Chinese steel have in terms of, impact on China, number one, and number two, even if it's not going to necessarily lead to deglobalization, it leads to American companies continuing something they started under the first Trump term, which is moving from China to other Southeast Asian countries that are more friendly, like a Vietnam or a Singapore.
Yeah, that's a very important trend that you highlight. Countries around the world are not going to allow China to dump products into their markets that China would have sold to the U.S. but for President Trump's tariffs. And we saw that with India's 12% tariff that it just slapped on steel imports, which are basically directed at China. Vietnam, Xi Jinping visited Vietnam last week, but after the Chinese leader left, you had a senior Vietnamese leader saying that America's was of core importance to Vietnam, which is a real slap in the face to Beijing. I think you're seeing countries just really tired of being abused by China's predatory and criminal trade practices. And that trend, which is independent of what President Trump is doing, is, I think, very good because it shows that the world is redirecting away from China and towards the United States.
Well, what about soybeans? I mean, that's the number one export from Minnesota and Illinois to China. And he said he's already getting soybeans now from Brazil, I believe.
Yeah, there's only so much soybean production in the world right now. So if Brazil is selling more soybeans to China, the U.S. farmers are going to be selling to Brazil's traditional customers. Now, this also applies to Boeing aircraft, even more so to Boeing aircraft. So, yes, China can retaliate, but its retaliations, I think, don't really hurt the U.S. as much as most people think. And indeed, most of the retaliation that China can impose, it hurts China as much or more China than it does us.
So is there a possible play for Xi that creates another layer of complication? If things are flagging on the domestic front, then go to war to rally the country. That's what Putin did. And Xi could do that vis-a-vis Taiwan. And as you wrote recently in op-ed, maybe the Chinese soldiers who are fighting for the Russians in Ukraine right now, even though it's a small number, is a run-up to something like that.
Well, the Chinese soldiers in Ukraine, not the mercenaries who have been captured, but Chinese military officers there as formal observers, that is, I think, a precursor. Xi Jinping has incentives to go to war. I think it's not so much to rally the Chinese people who don't want war right now, and they especially don't want war against Taiwan. But I think that Xi Jinping might try and start a war to protect his position in the Communist Party leadership, to prevent other senior Communist Party figures from challenging him. His hero, Mao Zedong, did something like that in 1966 when he started the Cultural Revolution, which was directed to preserving his role at the top of the Communist Party. So Xi Jinping is capable of something like that. And also, we've seen a lot of dangerous provocations China's been engaging in this month. South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, Australia, and one of those could spiral out of control, and I don't think Xi Jinping could control escalation.
Well, so, I mean, and the Mao reference is interesting. So if things do go poorly and Xi has to dig in to protect his backside with the Communist Party apparatchiks, then why doesn't he, what are the prospects, I should say, of him pursuing something like Mao did, which is to kill his way out of his problems?
Yes, I think that is something he could very well do. Remember, he has been deliberately behind the fentanyl gangs that kill 70,000 Americans each year. And however one thinks that the coronavirus started, we know that he made decisions to deliberately spread that disease beyond China's border. He lied about contagiousness, and while locking down his own country, he was forcing countries to take arrivals from China without restrictions. You put those two things together at a critical time, December 2019 and January 2020, and you have to say that the spread of coronavirus killed 7 million people outside of China, and that was not accidental.
Really?
But I mean, if this playing out the scenario, if that's what came to pass, and he chose to go down the Mao path to maintain power, the flip side of that is, while he is continuing to impoverish his country, He puts the United States in a precarious position in the sense that we're not looking at a deal on trade with China anytime in the near term, and that's going to extend the temporary adjustment period that's discussed, perhaps quite longer than most people anticipate or desire.
Yeah, it could very well be that there is no trade deal with China, or one not this year. Remember, Xi Jinping gets a vote. It's just like the Ukraine war settlement. Putin gets a vote, and so far he's delayed a settlement of the war. It's exactly the same dynamic, only in the trade area, and it's important dynamic that you point out.
Well, the other part of this, too, is if there's no even discussion of a deal, so things get ratcheted up, just in terms of the discussions that everybody has been having about the sorts of items that are, critical to our self-sufficiency, our health in this country, our economic vitality, that have their origins in China. Half of the generic active pharmaceutical ingredients consumed in the United States originate in China. More than 100 of these can be sourced only in China. So he's got that potential card to play, too, in terms of the ingredients for life-saving pharmaceuticals that are consumed here.
Yeah, we have to buy, but on the other hand, China has to sell. China actually imposed an embargo on exports. They did that in 2010 against Japan on rare earths. The embargo collapsed in a couple of months because of a number of factors. Practically speaking, embargoes are very hard to enforce and get what they want. So Xi Jinping China has a very bad record in that so far. Yes, this will be a problem for us, and we should be making our own pharmaceuticals on our own soil. But in the meantime, we are vulnerable, but we're not as vulnerable as most people think because of the way markets work.
And what about if the approach is, as has been advertised, to rally substantially the rest of the world with the United States and against China when it comes to trying to make trade fairer, I guess. What are the prospects that China, through its Belt and Road Initiative, can prevent America from accomplishing that goal?
I don't think that China really has the ability to stop President Trump's goal. And the reason is that the U.S. consumer market is by far the largest in the world, accounting for somewhere like 38-39% of global consumer spending. Everybody needs the U.S. market, which is the reason why 34 countries now are in active negotiations with the Trump administration on trade. More than 130 have actually contacted the White House on this. Everybody needs to sell to you and me, and I think that that means China is really a bystander. If Trump is able to stitch up deals with Japan, India, and the rest, I think that leaves China on the outside of a new global trading order, something that was inconceivable 3-4 months ago.
So you think that President Trump is pursuing the right strategy and engaging the right tactics here with China to put Xi in a box from which there is no easy recovery, even if, which is in the long-term interest of America, even if there's some short-term pain?
Well, we have to have short-term pain because we've had 3 decades of truly injurious China and trade policy. And so we Americans can't think we're going to get out of this without pain. I endorse the strategy. Some of the tactics I would quibble with because I think there are better ways to implement President Trump's overall goal. But I think he's moving in the right direction. And right now, we Americans have got to remember politics has to stop at the water's edge. We have a common enemy. That enemy is hostile and malicious. And if we don't band together, we could very well lose our country. So it's time for us Americans to get real. And we haven't done that, unfortunately. Both parties are to blame for the partisanship, but we've got to stop it now.
Gordon Chang is the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, as well as The Great U.S.-China Tech War. Again, you can follow him on X. His handle is Gordon G. Chang, C-H-A-N-G, Gordon G. Chang on X. Gordon Chang, thank you as always. Appreciate your insights.
Well, thank you, Dan and Amy. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey Top Pro Answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
You never want to miss one of life's most important moments. A graduation, a birthday, a first communion, a wedding. When these moments happen, you want to make sure to capture them so that you and your loved ones can remember them for years to come. For over 30 years, families have relied on Tom Kaloran Photography to capture important life moments. This locally owned family business can provide the solutions you need for your important event photography, from weddings and birthdays to class reunions and golf outings. No matter the size or scope, Tom Kaloran Photography will make sure you have lasting memories to share for years to come. Tom Kaloran Photography is also the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see their portfolio, just visit KaloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN photography.com. Or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Kaloran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
Hey, we have a solution for you if you want to send your child or grandchild to a private school. It's called ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. It's simple. Just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com and tell us which private school you want to send your child to. Then we contact the school on your behalf and work to secure a voucher for half off the first year of tuition, typically saving thousands of dollars for families. Now, the program only applies to new students who are not currently enrolled in the school. So if you've been considering sending your child to a private school and thought that it was financially out of reach, go to ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com to learn more and to start the process today. That's ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hi, I'm Michael Alfaro, host of The Michael Alfaro Show. Join me each week as we tackle the issues you want to know more about, like foreign and national policies, how big money influences Washington, D.C., and so much more. Learn firsthand from elected officials and political insiders about the important policy decisions changing our world. Find me at michaelalfaroshow.com and then join me, Michael Alfaro, every Saturday evening at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560 listeners, sign up today to receive a free financial education video series, The 5 Retirement Pitfalls and How to Avoid Them, courtesy of Steve Shyman, host of Protecting Your Assets radio show, Saturdays at 8 a.m. Sign up is easy, and the 5-part video series is completely free and will arrive in your email inbox. Sign up today. It's free. Please text your name and email address to 833-945-7283. Again, please text your name and email address to 833-945-7283.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Excuse me. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You want to decrease pollution? Well, increase wealth. We'll start there with Bjorn Lomberg from the Copenhagen Consensus think tank at 8:08.
And at 8:38, Andrew McCarthy joins us, the one and only. Today we're going to have rain off and on. It's going to be warm, though, a high of 72 degrees. Then tomorrow, sunshine, question mark, at a high near 74 degrees. It has been the spring to remember. It is now 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
They've been lined up at the Vatican. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News paying their last respects to Pope Francis. After the Pope's casket was moved for the public to view 2 days after his death at the age of 88.
Cardinals carried out the ritual ceremony of transferring his body to where it will lie in state for 3 days ahead of his funeral. The procession included cardinals, priests, and members of the Swiss Guard who walked the casket from the chapel of Casa Santa Marta, his residence, to St. Peter's. The procession passed through St. Peter's Square, up the stairs, and through the central door of the basilica.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan. The funeral will be Saturday. Another stock market rebound is brewing. Dow futures up more than 700 points before this hour's opening bell. Reacting to President Trump saying he is not trying to get Jerome Powell removed as Federal Reserve Chairman.
Never did. The press runs away with things. No, I have no intention of firing him.
President Trump says he'd like to see Powell be more active in lowering interest rates. The president has called Powell a loser, and earlier this month said his termination cannot come fast enough.
Fox's Jared Halpern of the White House. The Dow plunged Monday on fears of a Powell firing, then surged up 1,000 points yesterday on word the president plans to de-escalate the trade war with China at some point, bringing tariffs on imports lower. The Trump administration is on deadline to answer a judge by this evening in a controversial mistaken deportation case.
The Maryland judge overseeing the case of suspected MS-13 member Kilmar Arbrego Garcia is accusing the Trump administration of acting in willful and bad faith. The judge had ordered the administration to provide daily updates on the steps they're taking to bring Abrego Garcia back from El Salvador, but is now accusing them of violating that order.
Fox's Brooke Singman. The administration insists that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a gang member and should not be brought back from El Salvador, where he was sent last month with other alleged gang members. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 58 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. High-level talks between U.S. and Ukrainian officials and other nations fell apart today after Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff declined to attend a meeting in London. The talks are aimed at reaching a ceasefire deal between Ukraine and Russia. President Trump's Special Envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, was still planning to meet with Ukrainian ministers. However, last week, Rubio said the U.S. was prepared to walk away from diplomatic efforts without any measurable progress. The U.K. says the talks were postponed. Public viewing for the late Pope Francis starts today at the Vatican. There, the faithful can pay their respects to the Pope, who died Monday at 88. Chicago Public Schools CEO Pedro Martinez appears to be headed east for a new job. School board members voted yesterday to recommend Martinez be the next Massachusetts Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. His nomination will go to the Massachusetts Secretary of Education for final approval. The Chicago Board of Education voted to fire Martinez in December following the months-long disagreement with Mayor Johnson over finances and the district's ongoing contract negotiations with the teachers' union. There are now more than 600 confirmed cases of the measles in Texas. Almost 30 new infections have been reported in less than a week, according to the state health department. Most of the cases are in the western portion of the state. News is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of the road's coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Lauren Simonetti, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Markets are recovering ground after signs the Trump administration and China may be softening their positions on tariffs, and President Trump said he is not considering trying to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Regulators in Europe are fining Apple and Meta platforms hundreds of millions of dollars. They're accused of violating the European Union's Digital Markets Act. Apple's fine is more than $570 million. Meta's is about $200 million. AT&T may be picking up some customers from Verizon. Its earnings for the recent quarter were upbeat. The stock is up nearly 3%. Energy company GE Vernova made a profit in its first quarter. It lost money a year ago. Shares are up 8%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda. Invested in you.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Goldberg's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Here are some of the testimonials of Virago users.
Hello, my name is Jim Thompson. I started taking Virago about 1.5 years ago. I was diagnosed with a heart condition, and in fact, I was at the Cleveland Clinic applying for one of their trials. The bad news is that I was not accepted for the trial. The good news is that my heart was healthier than they wanted, and I believe that's a result of taking Virago. I can also attest that I have not had the flu or COVID since I started taking Virago. I can definitely attest to my satisfaction with staying healthy by taking Virago every day.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
From the Team Hawkesbury Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, it's about 24 minutes. Outbound, 20 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 55 minutes. Outbound, about 38 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 54 minutes. Outbound, about 45 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 49 minutes. Outbound, about 38 minutes. Traffic is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Couple of morning showers, thunderstorm in the area today, otherwise clouds and sun. The high today 76, cloudy for tonight, low 57. Partly sunny tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm late day on Friday, the high at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. With all due respect to our next guest, 2 monologues have done more to advance climate and energy realism in the last year than all of the op-eds and pronouncements from policy wonks. I'm talking, of course, about Landman. And, well, for example, Billy Bob Thornton on windmills and solar panels, speaking to that corporate lawyer
from Northwestern.
Exactly.
With her hat.
Any idea how much diesel they have to burn to mix that much concrete or make that steel and haul this out here and put it together with a 450-foot crane? You want to guess how much oil it takes to lubricate that thing or winterize it? And its 20-year lifespan, it won't offset the carbon footprint of making it. And don't get me started on solar panels and the lithium in your Tesla battery. And never mind the fact that if the whole world decided to go electric tomorrow, we don't have the transmission lines to get the electricity to the cities. It'd take 30 years if we started tomorrow. And unfortunately for your grandkids, we have a 120-year petroleum-based infrastructure. Our whole lives depend on it. And hell, it's in everything. That road we came in on, the wheels on every car ever made, including yours, It's in tennis rackets and lipstick and refrigerators and antihistamines, pretty much anything plastic. Your cell phone case, artificial heart valves, any kind of clothing that's not made with animal or plant fibers, soap, hand lotion, garbage bags, fishing boats, you name it. Every thing. And you know what the kicker is? We're going to run out of it before we find its replacement.
It's the thing that's going to kill us all as a species.
No, the thing that's going to kill us all is running out before we find an alternative. And believe me, if Exxon thought them things right there were the future, they'd be putting them all over the goddamn place. Getting oil out of the ground is the most dangerous job in the world. We don't do it because we like it. We do it because we run out of options. And you're out here trying to find something to blame for the danger besides your boss. There ain't nobody to blame but the demand that we keep pumping it.
Wow.
I
hear that. I could hear it all the time.
I think he's wrong about the supply of fossil fuels we have, the projections on that. But nonetheless, yeah, that was a pretty good one. And then, of course, John Hamm, as said oil executive in a meeting with other oil executives.
So much as it is
It's not a concern, Bob?
It's not the concern. I mean, 60% of American electricity still comes from fossil fuels, 39.8% from natural gas alone, and that number is climbing. Now, nuclear, that's maxed out, unless they build more reactors, and that's not going to happen. Nuclear is not an option for climate change advocates, even though it's our cleanest and most reliable form of energy. Wind is twice as expensive as natural gas, and solar 4 times as expensive. Plus, on its best day of the year, a solar power plant generates electricity for about 8 hours. All our electric vehicles are doing is exporting their emissions to the power plant. Our greatest potential for growth is in exports. China only consumes 14% of the world's petroleum reserves. India is at 4.9%. Russia, a little over 3%. We feel that our lobbyists' focus should be on easing the regulations on exports. Our LNG exports to Europe last year climbed to 64% of total exports.
Excuse me, if I may. What you're not seeing in the States is this rabid opposition to fossil fuels of any kind, to their use, to their extraction.
38% of the UK's electricity came from natural gas piped in from Norway, Steve.
But 1/4 is from wind, which I agree is unreliable and expensive. And this isn't important, but
Steve, energy consumption is not a social issue.
The hell it's not. It's deeply social. And we must endeavor ourselves to educate the world about our commitment to cleaner energy.
Will you shut the up? My God, this is why I don't come to these things. Y'all have been in so many shareholder meetings, you forgot what it is we actually do for a living. We are well diggers. We don't, nor can we ever control how our product is used or what it is used for. There's nothing I can do to make an engine run cleaner because I don't build engines. I don't care what the governor of California says about electric vehicles. I don't care how many career college students block London traffic or spray paint a sculpture. I care that the price of oil stays between $76 and $88 a barrel. That is what we should be discussing. The world has already convinced itself that you are evil and I am evil for providing them the one thing they interact with every day, and they will not be convinced otherwise. Stop wasting your time and stop wasting mine.
For more on this, well, maybe do a little fact-checking, too, if you'd like. Bjorn Lomborg is the president of the Copenhagen Consensus think tank and author of Best Things First. Bjorn, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan, it's great to be here.
You don't have to use the profanity of a Billy Bob Thornton or a John Hamm, but you know, how about that for? I mean, I was thinking of these clips when I read your piece about pulling the plug on corporate virtue signaling, which I thought Billy Bob Thornton and John Hamm, by way of Taylor Sheridan, did a nice job of doing in the series.
Oh, absolutely. So it's a very entertaining conversation, and I think, I'll try and do it without the expletives. But you know, fundamentally, what we have to recognize is that we're fundamentally a fossil fuel-driven world. One of the things that I think surprised a lot of people is the fact that most artificial fertilizer comes from natural gas, and that actually feeds half the world's population. So when people tell you, oh, just stop oil, just stop that fossil fuel thing, they're literally telling you to stop 4 billion people from being able to survive. And you know, as one Nobel laureate put it, I don't see 4 billion volunteers to leave the planet. It's just not likely that this will happen, and we have no sense of the proportion. Now, there are some inaccuracies, as you point out. We're not running out of oil. Actually, wind turbines do provide more electricity or more energy than goes into producing them. But the point we need to remember is when it only produces power when the wind is blowing, it's not something we can rely on. We literally need backup for almost 100% of what we put up of solar panels and wind turbines. And that, of course, is why it becomes so expensive. And this is why we need to recognize currently we just can't go to net zero. When people tell you that, they're really just virtue signaling.
Now, yesterday was Earth Day, Bjorn Lomborg. How did you celebrate?
I'm up here at Yale University. I gave a talk on exactly how we should think about dealing with climate change and be much smarter about it. And there was a lot of students there. Not all of them were thrilled about it, but I think we really.
I was going to say,
did they walk out?
Were you able to get your remarks out without being shouted down?
Oh yes. The world has changed a lot. There are certainly people who were disagreeing, but it was a constructive disagreement. But the reality, of course, is. Remember, we've had 55 Earth Days by now. And back in 1970, when it started, the world was really a much, much worse place. Remember, rivers were catching on fire. A lot of the cities around, especially in the rich world, were still incredibly polluted. We have cleaned up most of our act, and that's a tremendous achievement. Why? Because we're rich. Because when you're rich, you can actually afford to worry about many other things, like, for instance, getting cleaner air and making sure you deal with many of the other environmental problems, reforesting and all these other things. So it's really something that we should congratulate ourselves on. Earth Day means we've actually done a lot better. And again, remember, what is it that's done the really most for the poor part of the world, which is still mired in many environmental problems? It's prosperity. When people don't have funds, they have terrible lives, and they also have incredibly polluted lives. They'll cut down their forests, but also they will have lots and lots of especially indoor air pollution. Indoor air pollution used to kill about 7 million people each and every year. We don't think about that, but for many of the world's poorest, they cook and keep warm with dirty fuels like dung, cardboard, and wood. That has reduced by more than 4 million deaths. So we're now down to about 3 million deaths. There's still a lot to be done, but we should celebrate the fact that prosperity has lifted a lot of people out of poverty and lifted them out of some of the worst environmental conditions, something much worse than what we can imagine.
Yeah, it's done a lot more. Capitalism's done a lot more for the environment than, say, Earth Day, Earth Hour, predictions of end times from politicians. But I wonder that you're at Yale, so I'm fascinated to hear what the response was for those skulls full of mush, to borrow a Russianism, matriculating at Yale, who think that they're on the side of the downtrodden when they're not. I just, like, when you do a riff like that, what do they say?
Well, again, I think most people appreciate the idea that I'm not coming there and telling them, capitalism is great and we should all just, ignore all the environmental problems or anything. I'm simply pointing out you've got to realize that the current way that we're talking about many of these problems, like, we should just go net zero, just not going to cut it. We're not going to do that because people don't want to leave behind their kids in poverty or not deal with many of the other issues that we have to fix. So we need to find, for instance, innovation to fix climate change rather than telling everyone, I'm sorry, you can't have your car, you can't fly, you can't eat as much meat and all these things. That'll never work. That'll never fly. And I think when you tell people that, they sort of start thinking, maybe there's something to that. I mean, a lot of them were still resistant, and we're like, what about, and pushing back, and that's fine. That's what you should do.
What they say? What about what? What do they say? What about what? When they say what about what's the pushback?
Well, don't we have a responsibility to the world to go in advance and sort of lead the way and show the world this can be done, even if it's going to cost us a lot? And then you point out, well, that's what Germany has done for 15 years or more. They've spent about $700 billion on trying to go net zero. Remember, in 2010, when they did their first legislation, they got 79.6% of their energy from fossil fuels. The last year we have data, they got 79.3% of their energy from fossil fuels. They've literally not reduced it. And what they've done, of course, is they've pushed away most of their heavy industries. They've gotten a big hole in the budget. They have lots of the problems. Nobody looks at Germany and say, oh, thank you for walking ahead of us, and we all want to become Germany. People are looking at it and saying, oh, please don't do like Germany. And that's, of course, the way you need to teach young kids as well. This is not about leading the way in an unsustainable fashion. It's about finding smart solutions. That's what, and then back to your point, that's what capitalism does. If we focus on getting a lot more innovation, this is one of the things that the U.S. does so well. Do a lot more innovation. That's what's going to fix a lot of the problems, both with climate change and most other environmental problems. That's what's fixed in the past. Remember, Los Angeles was terribly polluted in the 1950s. We didn't fix it by telling everyone you can't drive your car. We fixed it with the catalytic converter.
Yeah, and so when Chevron announces, as it did this week, oil and natural gas project in the Gulf of America that's going to produce upwards of 75,000 gross barrels of oil daily, that's good news. That's good news for America because supply reduces costs, and good news for a lot of the rest of the developing world because we can, as soon as when we're energy independent, we can export affordable oil and gas to other countries.
Yeah. So, look, the U.S. is exporting a lot of energy, and that's great for the world. Obviously, in time, we have to find even better sources of energy. But right now, we're fossil fuel-dominated civilization. We get more than 4/5 of all our energy from fossil fuels. And remember, while the U.S. and Europe has enough energy, most of the rest of the world has terribly little energy. The average person in Africa, so in the poor part of Africa, gets about the energy that you and I use in 1 week is what they have for an entire year. There's something fundamentally unsound about that. And when we tell Africans and others, oh, actually, you should just leapfrog and go straight to solar and wind, that's essentially a recipe to make sure that they never get rich, that they never get out of poverty. And so what we really should make sure of is that they get the opportunity to do just what we've done. And it's no big surprise that that's what they want.
I noted, I think it was just yesterday, that the Maryland governor, Wes Moore, who's an aspirant for national office, I believe, he has walked away from the EV mandate that they modeled after California there in Maryland. So there really does seem to be, once you don't have sort of backdoor Green New Deal government largesse underwriting all of these gambits, the reality of the market and the energy needs of a vibrant civilization require more sensible energy policy. It just institutes a discipline that politicians are unwilling to institute by themselves often.
Yeah. I mean, this was always just a virtue signal. I mean, when you actually look at most people, what they say they want a gasoline-driven car for a lot of different reasons. You can just tank it up in 5 minutes and you can go wherever you want. Look, electric cars are great for some people. But once you get to the point where you're going to tell a vast majority of people, no, you can't buy the car you actually want, you have to buy an electric car, of course people are going to rebel. So it was always a given when you get close to the 2030 or 2035 deadline that a lot of countries around the world and a lot of states here in the U.S. have put as a target, they would, reconsider, because you can't do that. Electric cars are great for some things, and we should have them as an opportunity. If you have a home where you can recharge it at night, and if you only drive, small distances, great. But a lot of people don't. What are you going to do if you live in an apartment? Where are you going to charge your car at night? All these things that we just don't talk about that are so obvious, and you just need to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's tough to get some people to be practical and live with their feet planted on terra firma, isn't it? But I think, I've said, we've been talking to you for years. Your angle of incidence on this is the best, in my view, because it goes right to the idea. It's not a discussion about capitalism. It's so much a discussion of practicality. And you want to be a good person and advance policies that lift people out of poverty. You want to be a good person and clean up the environment. Well, then you support the capitalist approach to energy production, and combined with the innovation that that engineers can bring forward. But it is in markets. It is not in central planners and fashionable ideas that you try to impose on the rest of the world. The human cost that you talk about with respect to things like the energy that goes into producing the fertilizer that is needed to produce the food to feed 4 billion people. I mean, it's just so stark. I find it very difficult to believe anybody can respond to that, at least on the merits.
No, and of course, the reason why we have that conversation is really just because we forget to be realistic. So you're absolutely right. Great to talk to you, Dan.
Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus Think Tank, author of Best Things First. Thank you as always, Bjorn.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I'm gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
You've heard us talk about our campaign this spring with Caring Network. They're a local pro-life organization based in Chicagoland, working to prevent abortions in Illinois by reaching abortion-minded women with a message of life and hope. But they need your help to do that. Illinois has unfortunately become a destination for so-called abortion tourism. As our neighboring states have restricted abortion, more women are coming here. The number of abortions in Illinois has actually doubled in less than 7 years. Caring Network is committed to reaching the abortion-minded woman, the woman who gets pregnant unexpectedly and is likely to go to a Planned Parenthood or another abortion provider to end her pregnancy. Caring Network needs your help to reach her first. You can help the effort by making a one-time donation of $150. That amount will make it possible for Caring Network to reach 5 women who are considering abortion and provide them with services like telehealth counseling with a nurse, or scheduling an in-person appointment to show a pregnant woman her baby on an ultrasound. To learn more and to make a donation to Caring Network, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Text message, Dan and Amy, wow, what a show lineup today. Fantastic. Best show on the radio. That came from Lou in Canton, Georgia. So thanks, Lou, for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. You are correct. It is the best show on the radio, and it continues. Not over yet.
Yes, coming up.
Andy McCarthy, National Review, former Chief Assistant U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. That would be Manhattan. We'll talk Trump and his battles with federal courts at 8:38.
But first, let's stop by that newsroom once again. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 58 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says he has no intention of firing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates.
Over the last week, Trump implied he could fire Powell if he wanted to, calling him a major loser and that he's not happy with him. Mayor Johnson is taking aim at former Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Johnson says President Trump is using the same playbook that Emanuel used in Chicago, blasting the former mayor for shutting down schools, firing black women, and privatizing the public education system. Johnson said his election was the result of a movement in the city that rejected Emanuel's neoliberal agenda. News is a service of Quick Delivery Service. Make Quick Delivery Service your personal ground crew anytime, anywhere, anyplace when you need to move your shipment or freight. Quick Delivery will get it there. Get a quote in advance and eliminate any surprises at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Spring is in the air, and that means it's time to check the starting lineup. Leading off for AM 560 every morning at 5, it's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson, followed at 9 by Mike Gallagher. Moving up in the lineup, it's Charlie Kirk, now heard at 11. Then at 2, it's 2 full hours of Hugh Hewitt, followed by Sean Thompson at 4, Seculo at 7, and rounding out the lineup, Larry Elder at 8. Top to bottom, the best lineup in Chicago radio is right here on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're getting divorced, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Marcy, 38, homemaker, no income, with 3 kids under 10, recently filed for divorce. Marcy's soon-to-be ex needed the equity out of their marital home to purchase a new home, so Marcy called Team Hochberg after being told by other lenders she couldn't refinance until the divorce was final. Wrong. I helped Marcy refinance with her parents co-signing because she didn't have a job and wasn't receiving child or spousal support. Let's review. Marcy needed to refinance her soon-to-be ex off the mortgage and give him half the home's equity to buy a home, and was told it couldn't be done. And I helped Marcy refinance. If you're getting divorced and want mortgage advice from a lender who can empathize with your situation, give us a call now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 25 minutes. Outbound, it's 28 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 59 minutes, so a solid hour. On the outbound side, it's about 38 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, it's over an hour. On the outbound side, it's about 44 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless homeownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things homeownership. Rocket, own the dream. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A shower or two this morning, a thunderstorm, otherwise clouds and sun, a high today 76. Cloudy tonight, low 57. Partly sunny for tomorrow, the high 71. Shower and thunderstorm on Friday, breezy, high Friday at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I found this offering from James Ho, who is a judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, in a concurrence in a death penalty case out of Louisiana. Forget that issue. More, it's the philosophy elicited by his comments. Every level of the judiciary risks losing its credibility if judges fail to live up to the principles of impartiality. But appellate courts have at least one built-in check. No appellate judge can act alone. Appellate courts act only through multi-member panels, so appellate judges must convince their colleagues before they can exercise the judicial power of the United States. District court decisions, by contrast, are, with rare exception, made by just one judge. District judges are the only members of the judiciary who can exercise the judicial power of the United States without anyone's consent but their own. With unilateral power, there's unique danger that some district courts may get off track. So it's vital that district judges exercise their powers carefully and with integrity, and critical that appellate judges be ready to intervene when district courts refuse to stay in their lane. I think most people would say, if you didn't apply it to a particular issue or particular parties, that that's pretty sensible judicial philosophy and review of the inferior courts with the Supreme Court as the ultimate backstop. The question is, how is this playing out in the real world across a range of policy issues? Is it consistent with what Judge Ho would hope we would see from the federal judiciary? For more on this and, of course, specific matters, we're pleased to be joined, as always, by Andy McCarthy, former Chief Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of Manhattan, Southern District of New York, Manhattan, and contributing editor at National Review, also author of the bestseller Ball of Collusion, The Plot to Rig an Election and Destroy a Presidency. Andy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Morning. Good to be with you.
So before we get to the Abrego Garcia and the particulars of some of these issues, I mean, just what James Ho observed in that concurrence and what you think about not only what he said, but if what we're seeing is reflective of the concerns that he raised and how things should proceed as he suggested.
Well, I think Judge Ho is a great judge, and he ought to always be listened to when he opines, and he's certainly on the money with this. I happen to have written for the new print edition of National Review an essay on the problem with nationwide injunctions, so it's kind of along the lines of what he's talking about. Mm-hmm. But I would add to his concerns, I think, a cultural change in the law, at least as long as I've been a lawyer, which is now getting to be about 40 years. When I was a young lawyer, the district judges, the discipline was they wanted to get it right because they would be, it's not that they didn't have ideological bent any less then than they do now. You know, people are people. But the culture of the law at the time was that if the judge didn't get the decision right and it went up on appeal, it would be embarrassing to be reversed by the Court of Appeals. And I think the culture of the profession has changed in the ensuing years so that it's become much more partisan, and judges, especially progressive judges, care less about getting it right than they do about being perceived as being against all the right things. In particular, Trump, but not just Trump standing alone. So even if they know, they've become so partisan, I think, that even if they know they're going to be reversed because they're wrong, they figure they can always say they're being reversed because Trump hacked the Supreme Court or whatever dopey rationalization they make. But I do think the problem that Judge Ho talks about with respect to the unique power of district judges who do get to act alone is more dangerous now, more pernicious now than it was 40 years ago, because you don't have to worry so much about widespread power if the person wielding it is at least in good faith trying very hard to get the answer right, regardless of whether it is consistent or inconsistent with his ideological leanings. Now they want to do policy and they want to do politics rather than getting the law right. And I think that makes it more dangerous.
Right. And it seems to me that's accelerated in the Trump era. And as concerns were raised about lawfare, and people like me, like you, were saying, you know, when the balance of power changes, don't say we didn't tell you so. You're incentivizing an eye for an eye that takes us down a very dangerous road, and perhaps we're starting down that road.
Yeah, well, that always was the danger. I think it takes a unique person to rise above it and say, you know, look, I know they did it to me. It was horrific, but somebody has to stop. And we're going to now try to do actual law enforcement instead of lawfare. And I don't see that on the horizon. I wish it was there, but I don't see it.
Well, and now the problem becomes, I read some of what you had to say about Alito's dissent on the Supreme Court stay over the weekend. But the problem becomes when the Supreme Court, I would argue, is playing politics as well, discarding precedent to intervene where, as Alito argued, I thought persuasively, they had no jurisdiction.
Yeah, I think that, as I said in what I write, I think if you take it point by point, the things that Alito raised are all true. The problem is that one thing that he raised, he didn't really develop what the implications of it were. What he said was that in another case, the Trump administration had told the district court and given it an assurance that nobody would get deported in the next 2 days. And the problem, of course, was that Judge Alito had to look for another case where that happened because it didn't happen in the case that the court was there to decide. And I think that the reason everybody got spun up the way they did, and it's true that courts should never act if they don't have jurisdiction, is that a month ago, the administration wouldn't give straight answers to a court while it was deporting people. It now says it should have allowed to have habeas corpus petitions. And since all those pieces seem to be moving in the same direction yet again, and the administration again wasn't giving straight answers to what it told the ACLU was that it wouldn't deport the 2 named plaintiffs in the lawsuit, but it wouldn't make any assurances about the dozens of other people who had just been transferred to the Northern District of Texas. And the reason, obviously, they had gotten transferred to the Northern District of Texas is because the Trump-appointed judge in the Southern District of Texas had said, don't deport anybody. So they moved them across the district line, and they were about to deport them again. So I think the court technically shouldn't have acted. Why did they act? Because they're not getting straight answers. All the administration had to do was come in and say, look, we're not going to deport anyone until they have. We can argue about what notice is and what's required and what we need to advise these guys, but we're going to give them a reasonable opportunity, like the court ordered on April 7th, to file habeas petitions. If they had done that, I don't think the court would have intervened.
Is there with respect to the deportations? I mean, the arguments being made by many laymen, which is a logical position. So we can open borders and let 10 million people in illegally, but in terms of removing them, we have to do it individually through this, through due process. And it strikes a lot of people as the lawless getting away with their lawlessness, while Trump and others are hamstrung by the bad faith acts that they conducted. But we were talking about this the other day and looking at some case law. Is there importance in terms of due process and being able to process more than one person at a time in this country illegally, to treat it as a civil removal action as opposed to a criminal proceeding? And this is a way for the Trump administration to move people where there's clear evidentiary support they're here illegally and they have no standing to be in this country?
Yeah, the things you raise are absolutely right, and that is an important distinction. Let me just back up and say, during the Biden years, with people throwing stuff at me, saying, look, there aren't the votes there, this isn't a time for doing preening and all this other stuff, I said that Biden should have been impeached over the border collapse and the non-enforcement of the immigration laws.
Yep.
And when they said we're going to impeach Mayorkas, I said that's stupid. Mayorkas isn't the problem. He's implementing Biden's policy. Biden's the one to impeach. And when people said they didn't have the votes, I said, I'm not an idiot. I know they don't have the votes. The point is, impeachment proceedings could do 2 things. One, he doesn't want to be impeached, so he might change policies because he cares what his legacy is. And the second is, it would be televised hearings that would rivet the country's attention to what was going on at the border. So they would have that good effect as well. But the main reason I thought Biden should be impeached was because I've been a lawyer and in law enforcement. I was in law enforcement for a very long time. And I understood that if you overload the system, if you overload the country, if you flood the country with illegal aliens, it's going to be very, very difficult to get them out because of the law. And also because Congress plays games with immigration enforcement, does things like it passes very good statutes that say all these guys are supposed to be detained until their removal hearings are over. But when we have 20 million illegal aliens in the country, it funds 47,600 detention spaces, which is like, it's not enough to do the job, right? So this is a big problem. But you're right that the fact that it's civil and it's removal proceedings means that Congress can enact expedited procedures to get people out of here. We do have fairly expeditious procedures for removal when people are illegally in the country. What I think the problem is we've made it into a game where you come in and you say asylum, withholding of removal, and Convention Against Torture. Those are like the three magic words.
Yeah.
And then, then we end up having to litigate that. But you could easily pass a law tomorrow that says until we get the immigration down to X number, asylum's closed. Convention Against Torture. These are all discretionary acts of mercy by a government. There's no legal entitlement to be allowed to come into a country by asylum or with withdrawal of or withholding of removal protection or any of that stuff. So Congress could act in a way that could make this much easier to do. It would never be easy to do, but it would be easier than it is now.
All right, well, let's talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I mean, the Supreme Court, as you know, said the Trump administration has to facilitate his return. Right. What does that mean? And is he going to be returned to the United States?
So, Amy, I think yesterday there's a very important development in this. I'll have something up at National Review about this before. What facilitate means, I've argued from the beginning, is a function of what's our agreement with El Salvador. Mm-hmm. So if he was in the agreement with El Salvador and that agreement gives us dominion and control over what happens to these prisoners in the end, then we should be able to just tell Salvador, give us the guy back so we can have proceedings in the United States along the lines of what the courts are talking about. But what seems to have developed yesterday is in answering interrogatories in that case, the Justice Department represented, it won't give the details of the deal between El Salvador and the United States, but it did say that it only applies to the Venezuelans who've been designated as alien enemies, meaning Abrego Garcia is not in that deal. If he's not part of that, then his deportation, even though it was illegal because he had this withholding of removal remedy from 2019, it's basically a deportation or a repatriation of a Salvadoran back to Salvador. And the other thing that's an important consideration is what the Supreme Court's order said was to facilitate his release from custody. Now, I think their assumption was release from custody so he could come back here and have immigration proceedings. But the fly in the ointment there is he in custody? When last we saw him with Senator Von Hollen, he was out and about on the street.
A nice jail, huh?
He was not in the jail.
Exactly.
So the thing is with him, he's not in the deal. He's not part of the deal that allows us to control the ultimate disposition, which means we've turned over Abrego Garcia to the Salvadoran government, and his presence there is under Salvadoran law. It's not under an agreement with the United States. So, look, the reality of the situation is facilitate could mean we ask Bukele to let us have him back. And, the reality is if Trump asked Bukele for that, Bukele, who is beholden to the United States because he wants more money for more prisoners, he would turn him over to us. Right. But the administration doesn't want to ask that because it wants to take the position that by asking us to have these negotiations, the judiciary is intruding on the foreign policy powers of the president. So we have like this niggling little reality where we know that if Trump asked Bukele, Bukele would accommodate it, but it's that reality is taking place in this profound setting where what we're talking about is great matters of constitutional principle, like how much can the judiciary intrude on the president. And the circumstances are all caused by the fact that we sent the guy back and we shouldn't have.
And I mean, what do you anticipate will ultimately happen with Trump's the power he's asserting under the Alien Enemies Act, so long as there's some due process afforded those that he intends to deport?
Yeah, I think that it would be wise. This isn't in Trump's nature, but the Alien Enemies Act really doesn't apply. And, we could go into the reasons why, but the point is he's going to have to litigate the underpinnings of the Alien Enemies Act. And he's not, so it's not just a matter of like due process. You have to prove the guy has some tie to Tren de Aragua. He'll also have to litigate the whole underpinnings of invoking the Alien Enemies Act. Judge Boasberg, who was much maligned in Washington when he still had the case, made a point that I still think is a very valid point and that the administration should take to heart. And that is, since they have already designated Tren de Aragua and MS-13 as terrorist organizations, you wouldn't have to litigate whether the State Department was right or wrong about that. They're not going to look behind the State Department saying these are terrorist organizations. So all you would have to do is show that they're members of Tren de Aragua or MS-13. And since you'd have to make that showing anyway, I think they would be better off going under the terrorism designation than the Alien Enemies Act. I just think it's cleaner in terms of getting them out quickly. But I think Trump doesn't want to admit that he shouldn't have gone the alien enemies route, so we're going to have that fight.
And is there anything additional that Congress should be doing here to more clearly define the president's power when it comes to immigration policy, and particularly with the exigent circumstances of trying to remove millions of people who shouldn't be here?
Congress has given the president lots of power. I mean, Trump obviously, I don't think, Dan, it's that Trump wants more power so much as it is that he wants to be able to expeditiously get these people out of here. The immigration laws give the president a lot of power, but you can't invoke wartime powers when it's not wartime. So if I were the president working with Congress, I would be working on the procedures for getting people out fast enough. And I would, in particular, since the big three problems are asylum, withholding of removal, and invoking the Convention Against Torture, I would limit the circumstances under which those could be invoked so that you could get people out of here quicker.
Andy McCarthy, former Chief Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, contributing editor, National Review, author of the bestseller Ball of Collusion, The Plot to Rig an Election and Destroy a Presidency. Andy, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys. Take care.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Here's sound teaching from God's Word from Dr. David Jeremiah on Turning Point. Each weekday morning at 9:30 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Hi, I'm Michael Alfaro, host of The Michael Alfaro Show. Join me each week as we tackle the issues you want to know more about, like foreign and national policies, how big money influences Washington, D.C., and so much more. Learn firsthand from elected officials and political insiders about the important policy decisions changing our world. Find me at michaelalfaroshow.com and then join me, Michael Alfaro, every Saturday evening at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
We were talking about Landman. Season 2 is not coming out until later this year or early 2026.
Yeah, you got to be patient with these things.
I don't like to be patient. All right, thanks to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. Couldn't do it without them. Today it's going to be raining on and off, but warmer, a high of 72 degrees. It is now 9 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Another rebound in the stock market. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Dow surging up a little over 1,000 points for a second day in a row on optimism that President Trump plans to ease off at some point on the trade war with China. Now, there's also part of today's increase on relief from fear the president was trying to remove the Federal Reserve chairman. Him calling Jerome Powell a major loser led to a sell-off on Monday. Well, now the president says he has no intention of firing Powell, but...
It's a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not, but it would be good timing.
Now, one of the stocks rising this morning, Tesla. The electric car maker's lost about half its value the past 4 months. It's gaining more than 8% this morning after CEO Elon Musk told investors following a big drop in revenue and profit last quarter.
I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla. And now that the major work of establishing the Department of Government Efficiency is done.
Now, Musk will still do some work there. His work at Doge helping slash federal jobs and spending led to protests and vandalism targeting Tesla cars and dealerships. Now to the Vatican. It is the first of 3 days of public viewings for Pope Francis after his casket was moved from the residence where he died Monday to St. Peter's Basilica.
Pope Francis wanted a more minimalistic approach to the service surrounding his death. Instead of an elevated casket like those of previous pontiffs, his casket is lower to the ground. Crowds began gathering early this morning for the public to begin paying their respects.
Fox's Alex Hogan. The funeral's Saturday. The FDA is working to get food companies to stop using 8 petroleum-based food dyes by next year.
Studies have shown that these vibrant colors actually mess with the mind of a developing child, and sometimes they'll seek eating more of this ultra-processed food.
FDA Commissioner Marty McCary.
That may help explain at least one piece of this toxic soup that is messing up the health of our nation's children.
America's listening.
Good morning. It's 61 degrees in Chicago at 9:02 in the AM 560. The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says China has to make a trade deal. Speaking from the White House, Trump said that China needs to sell its goods to the U.S., and he's confident they'll come to the bargaining table